Everything's set up. Okay, so like picking up from where we last left off, yeah. Just,
We're
just
heading out of the
Yep.
swamp to take a long rest.
Take some sort of rest. I don't know. I don't think we decided which type.
picking up.
I would ask for a long rest, not like immediately, but after we've traveled enough.
So
On the plan to try and get just like a couple of miles out of Argynvsotholt and rest.
yeah, so just kind of like recollecting some for my sake, some for yours. You ventured deep into the ruins of Barrett's and the mire of Bubble Zaga, the swamp crone. You faced off against the ancient hag, suffered some losses, but came out victorious with the Martikov's gem in hand. By the pyre of the burning hut, you met several strangers united in common cause and investigative. Some of you investigated a massive skull, dragon skull used by Baba Zaga as a mode of transport. Then a lot of you ventured east past the Lunar River toward the Circle of Stones on the hill where you found a swamp fane. After a lengthy ritual, you summoned forth the Fane's twin guardians, a pair of hydras, and with your might combined, cut off their heads one by one. Then proceeded to reconsecrate the shrine and earn the Weaver's favor, as well as a vision of Barovia's past. So essentially now the vision ended. You are left standing in the stone circle, present day, the heart and the Weaver nowhere to be found. What do you do? Oops.
With the Weaver done, taking the strand of, or the spindle, he would inspect it. Casimir would inspect it, and just tie it, secure it to his staff, and then, well, the spoils are time to be divvied. He looks at his hand with it where, he has Jeb's signet ring as well as ring of spell storing on his fingers. He pulls out the ring of spell storing and walks over to Ramirez and says, "I think this would be more useful for you."
Thank you. I hope I can make good use of it. And I would put it on and add our first short rest tune to it.
Oh, weird. The item, it looks awful in dark mode.
Yeah, it does. Dark mode is not good yet.
Yeah,
It's like
still
dark
low.
gray, black text on dark gray. It's awful. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's probably because the text color was set manually instead of set to auto. So I know I've run
That's
into
so
that
good.
before.
What? It does matter. It's just a weird interaction I found. Like I'm happy to turn dark mode
Yeah.
off. It doesn't really affect anything.
Yeah. Well,
So, Beast, you did good.
Sorry, I kind of get how you're using the voice.
Well, I'm glad to be able to help those who have helped me, but if it's not too much to ask for, I'd like to hopefully stay within yours service um, until we can finally make our way out of this land.
No, we shall ensure the suffering you have endured shall not go for naught. There is darkness within, and it shall be properly channeled.
yes.
I do hope so. For too long, I've lived with so much rage in my heart, and now it feels like it's only been amplified within, and it's hard to control sometimes. But perhaps when the day comes when we finally leave, I can hopefully let it go. But with the witch dead and with everything that we have now, I'm glad that we could return the bog to its normal, or what would hopefully be its old self. But I'm sure there's still loyal creatures residing within here, so perhaps we should hopefully move along, or unless if anyone's hurt and needs to mend their wounds, I would be happy to help.
Is anyone hurt?
I don't think so. I think
You
we're
can
all
see
in.
that Ea's
Oh,
armor
good here.
is extremely shiny.
Yeah. Well, suppose we should probably get a move on. After all, I think you had mentioned we had that Strahd would not be pleased with what we just did, and I would rather not be here for him to strike at us immediately.
I mean, I
So-
don't think it matters where we go.
I'm
You
sure
wait
now
till-
that we've invoked his wrath, and then looking at Aya and Brandar, I'm not sure what the two of you have done before or the others, but I'm sure he's
Oh, yes, there
starting
have.
to get annoyed.
He was pissed at Yesterhill.
Well, times are changing and it's coming to an end for him hopefully soon, but there's still a long way to go.
Yes. Speaking of that, we're in need of allies. I'll turn towards Branter. You'd said something about your kin and getting them to help us go against Strahd and his.
Possibly, but it's
Hang
one of those things that may take a lot of convincing.
Well, shall we make our way towards there?
Aye, we could.
Unless there's anything else we want to deal with here. If, as you say, it would take a lot of convincing, then best get started on it now.
David and
Oh.
Runis might be here, but they can fend for themselves. There is a veritable army at Argynvsotholt, and if we
Oh,
can swing them to our side,
Oh, the thing is, they're not the only things in Argynvsotholt. There's other creatures there that are, unlike the Revenant, they'll be quick to attack us.
well, it is good then that we have our own creature. And then he would just tap his staff at Zavik.
I do suppose one thing. I know Rahadin has some history with your kin. I don't suppose I should try and not look like this, and I'll wave my hand at my face.
Possibly a good idea.
Okay, it'll take me a little bit of time, but I should be able to come up with something.
I have a mask, Ramirez, if you wanna cover your face.
I could do
I-
that, but I was just going to use this, and I'll pull out a disguise kit.
I
Normally use it to look more like Rahadin, but I'm sure I can do the opposite.
do not have the ability nor predilection to change my face. I am proud of our people. And I hope
Right.
that they can understand that we are not their enemy.
I think
Oh, I
it's
wouldn't
more
be
a worry
changing
for
my
him
face
since
away
he.
from being this. I would just not want to be the image of Rahadin. After all, he personally has history with Argynvsotholt.
Out of curiosity, how good is your healing ability, Ramirez? What if you were to tear the face off of something else and graft it onto yourself? Would it look proper?
don't heal that well.
Shame.
I think that's how faces work, but okay.
Yes, but
Ramirez is far more hearty than he seems. He has more in common with Ratislav and Milos here than myself.
I suppose that's true. And I will give a slight grin at that, and you'd see pointy teeth.
Ramirez considers putting on his disguise and such. Casimir, do you wish to tune to the eye?
I would do it at our first rest, unless we're resting now.
Sure.
Or like collecting ourselves, because it takes an hour to attune to a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would do it at our long rest,
Alright.
unless we're taking a short rest now, but it seems unlikely that we are.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, disguise kit, in order to actually create a disguise, that's part of a long rest.
Not
Samir,
necessarily.
as I said, don't be talking to them like they're experiments or something that you can poke at.
No. You told me that they are. I apologize if I was rude in the past. If they have their intelligence about them, I will treat them as people, their abilities aside. Zavik here is more than the sum of his abilities and rage. I shall treat him as a person when needed. And I shall speak to the beast when we need that as well. This is a time for diplomacy.
You get moving.
It would be good to move out. And thank you. It's nice to be known as an equal now.
Yes, you did quite well against those hydras. Those claws really are something. In fact,
As
I
we
think we all
walk-
did very well against the hydras.
I'm more
Yeah.
impressed by the force of his legs. Not every day you see flying heads. Only throwing a kick.
Yes. Yes, that was fun and exciting.
Oh, that's right. I was like field goal kicking everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes, you
Forgot
were.
about that. Yeah.
Well, I remember my positions right. Argynvsotholt is back on the other side of the river, isn't it? I'll turn to Casimir. Does your spell still give them the ability to breathe underwater?
We can, for the next day, we should not worry about drowning.
And we should probably. And do we cross the river now and make our way back towards Argynvsotholt?
Yeah.
Or do we make our way down the river and then cross further down? I'd assume we cross where we did last time. At least that one we know is relatively safe and wasn't into the lair of some creature, at least.
Yes, I would prefer to retrace our steps. While we are able to breathe, it is very difficult to see in the murk and mire under the water. The water doesn't look any clearer, right?
Oh.
The murk and mire is. We are at the whim of those who make it at home. We should go where
Yes.
we know it's safe and leave at our earliest convenience.
Yes. So, I agree. Let's head out.
Sure. Heading out or chasing your steps. If you wish to do again what you did before, you use rope to tie one another, a lengthy tether,
Yeah.
and begin your descent toward the bottom of the river. The water remains cold, remains murky, flies buzzing about. Swamp remains swamp. You reflexively breathe in a deep breath, put your head beneath, and let it go. And as you breathe, the water itself, it feels viscous, thick in your lungs, but breathable. In time, you end up on the other shore. You said you were heading which way?
We'll be north following back the road, heading up towards Argynvsotholt.
Okay. Sort of following up
Yeah,
the
we went
dirt
across.
road.
Yeah.
Okay. As you follow the road north, before what was a thick haze that was blocking vision throughout has now begun to slightly lift, and you begin to see a little further in the gloom of the setting sun and the rise of the distant moon. Another half an hour up the trail north, and the road begins to solidify from mud, from marsh, to rock, stone beneath your feet. You see a plain that stretches onwards about 2 miles, and beyond a promontory hill to the north, where a huge mansion stands. You hear something. Who's at the lead of this? Kind of keeping an ear out?
I think Ramirez was the last time
Yeah.
at the head.
Yeah, I would have taken point unless someone else tried to stop me.
You hear it
I would have been
first.
second.
First you think
Yep,
the
I'd be
clash.
bringing up the rear with Vratislav and Milos behind him.
You hear in the distant echoes the sound of battle. But the fog obscures most. It's still thick on the distance. You can barely see silhouettes moving, taking form of soldiers on horseback charging the field. They collide with armored pike bearers wearing devil horned helms. As each soldier falls in battle, it turns to fading mist. Hundreds more soldiers collide in a storm of screams and flashing metal. The scene keeps on expanding, growing now all around you, around the trail. These figures, ghostly as they are, pass and move through you. You remain unscathed by their blades. They are not solid enough for you to discern any emblems or insignia, but it's clear that both armies are human. You listen on, hear a thunderous roar, and seconds later, a huge dragon figure made of silver mist glides overhead, dispersing enemies and soldiers with each flap of its mighty wings. Its long, reptilian tail slices through the air above you as the dragon carves a swath through the fog, affording you a fleeting glimpse of that dark mansion overlooking the valley. The scene keeps on playing around you. What do you do?
I was right to say. Hopefully we can get that on our side. That would be useful. Or at least an echo of it.
That's such a beast to be tamed. Oh, I've seen crazier. That's about as craziest thing I've seen or heard.
You said anything about taming it. You wouldn't have to, you just have to make sure that we share a foe. And I'm assuming I would know. I'm trying to remember the devil horn soldiers are Strahd?
It's a good assumption.
Strahd's forces?
It's a fair assumption. You can't make out any clear insignias, but the uniforms are familiar.
I mean, would it be? Oh wait, no. The only person that would know would be Aya because she was in that battlefield thing.
Well, I mean, the elves have been around Barovia for some many years. You have to remember that the entire race now is composed of men, elder and aging, from hundreds of years ago. No children, no women, no new generations. Only the old will remember.
Yeah.
As you proceed onwards, following the Lunar River north, the scene continues to play out. The battlefield, immense, enormous, all in view of the mansion. Memories pass and go. Keep on walking until the echoes fade behind you. You eventually end up an hour later at the crossroads, where the lone sign stands pointing in four directions, fixed into the ground, spiked, pointing toward Valaki, the north, the lake, and then the town of Krashk to the west.
Just say, well, we're planning to rest before we arrive at your family's home, so do we have a preference on where? Set out camp outside the road to
I
Argynvsotholt?
mean, we're not so far away from Blackie that we could just set the blue water in. I mean, the distance is. How far away from Blackie? It's only like minutes, isn't it?
Well, it's more or less minutes. Yeah, it's about a mile out.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're only adding like. In the morning, we're only adding like a little bit onto the journey.
Is it safe to sleep with Lady Walkster in charge? I know she kneels before Strahd.
Well, well, from what I understand, she's not messed with us. Yeah, she hasn't messed with me. She's had people watching, but not doing anything.
But if Savik is just missing from one of the dungeons of Strahd, he may be being wanted at the moment. So maybe we should avoid Palaki.
In Ramirez and I, the eyes of the Vistani are always upon us. It would, between Zavik and myself and Ramirez, we may bring too much attention to ourselves, especially given that Strahd is less than happy with our accomplishments this past day.
Yeah, it might be best to set out camp somewhere outside.
Either way works for me. I mean, honestly, I don't think being in there is any different from being out here.
If it helps at
Strahd
all.
wants to find us, he'll find us.
Oh, that is true. But something that as furbolgs, that what we've learned from the forest, it's always been hard to interact with those of a large communion. We don't have those large cities and towns that you call. But sometimes we would trade with them. But if I'm able to, I could change my stature for at least an hour. And he would just describe how he could cast Disguise Self, but only for an hour. If it's needed to go into the city.
Randa just looks at I mean, well, I understand she used to travel with an orc. Not too much different.
Out of character, who wants to go to Valaki?
Either works for me. If you would rather stay out here, that's fine.
Either's for me. I would probably prefer outside, just because being around a large population is very strange. For me.
Okay,
The
I also say
tools,
like
but-
outside, but
Yeah, I think setting up camp right there might make a whole lot of sense.
Sure. You point to a point in the map held by someone. Kind of hard to see in this dying light now that the sun has set and the cold has begun to settle. Your breath fogging before you, you turn one last look toward Valaki and see the banners of the House of Strahd upon the guard towers, and the promise of both warm beds, but at what cost? And turn toward the forest, darkening, mist fallen, like a shawl that covers all. But together, perhaps, the night isn't so dark. West?
Yep.
Head west, walking the 2 mile trek to the next fork in the road until you finally reach where the road begins to ascend up the slope southward toward what you believe is the ruins of your people, Branda. Anticipation boils as you continue your approach. Another half an hour through the wood trek, and you begin to see it through the wood line. This winding branch of the old Svalich Road meanders up the forested slope of a mountain spur toward the old mansion, which is perched on high ground overlooking the Svalich woods and the Luna River. High above the river valley, it juts a quiet promontory upon which looms a sepulchral mansion, its many turrets capped with fairy tale cones, its towers lined with sculpted battlements. Let's put on music.
We're gonna get.
You see it. The building, perhaps only recognizable from the history books you've observed before, for it is broken, a shambling ruin of its former self. A third of the structure has collapsed, as has part of the roof, but the rest appears to be intact. There's a dark, octagonal tower that rises above the surrounding architecture. Out of the fog comes a distant peal of thunder, quickly accompanied by a howling of wolves in the distance, in the woods below. But the house stands silent, seemingly like a fossilized remain of some long-dead thing smote upon the mountainside.
This is one man's house.
Believe it's the
Argyn.
House of a Dragon. But I think we want to set up camp probably a little ways away from it.
Was once the home of Argynvsotholt.
That seems a bit much for one man or creature. But that is your way. Oh,
I
there we
mean,
go.
he was a leader. You come to suspect that sort of stuff. I mean, look at Strahd. On the rest here.
Oh, it looks like it has thick walls in most of its parts, so I guess it wouldn't make as good as a defense to sleep.
Although, to be honest, I'm not sure about the being on the inside right now. Especially with
Yeah, there's
those things crawling around.
Yeah.
It's not the revenants that I worry about, it's the other things.
Yeah, I think it might be best for us to head a little ways back down the road, set up a camp there, and come greet your family in the morning. As respectable house guests.
Said, don't attack them, they won't attack us. Get attacked by giant bloody, I don't know what that thing was about. It was like an arachnid.
You look upon
Tackles.
this home of the ancients, this ancestral house of the order. You say those words, but part of you does not believe it. You look upon this ruin, it doesn't seem so welcoming.
I think it's better we just head down the road.
Right. If you wish to camp out for the night, you may do so for the sake of expediency's sake. Those of you who have tents, so those of you who have bed rules, you may set up camp. Does anybody not have those resources?
A tent and a bedroom?
Either. Shelter, essentially. Sleeping exposed to this cold might have its consequence.
Yeah. I don't think I actually I don't think I added them to my sheet, so no, I don't actually have them.
I don't have a tent, but I have a bedroll and blanket.
For some reason, I don't have
better than
a
nothing.
bedroom. But I have a tent, but I have to look for it. But yeah, I have it.
Sure.
It would just be your your starting background equipment, right? Because you still start out with your base background stuff.
Yeah, I don't know why I don't have the bedroom. But the tent, I know I have it. It's just like I put it like in the coin because it's heavy.
Neat. You set up camp for the night. The night grows darker, colder. Does any wish to keep watch over the party as your mates sleep?
I will absolutely be taking another watch.
I would definitely keep watch, but I would ask Ramirez for help to tie both Vratislav and Milos to trees while they're still docile.
Yep, absolutely, we'll do that.
And then I tell the party they will be less amenable, but by morning, when I regain my strength, I shall calm them down. Please do not hurt them. They do not know what they do.
Yeah, and I'll take a watch too.
I have a question about Milos and his friend. Are they like constantly like biting or something like that?
Not until I lose control of them.
Okay.
They walk a bit like they walk with a very slow gait. They're a bit awkward. One's a skeleton, one's a zombie, but until I lose control of them, they're silent weirdos just standing there doing what they can to help. And then probably around 4 a.m, they're gonna lose their fucking minds and try to eat the party. Hence why they're being tied to trees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you wish to set up campfire or any torches in the soil for light? Or do you wish to stay hidden in the dark and just rely on your dark sight in the greys of the night for vision?
I do not have dark vision, so I will have at least a minimum of a torch. But it's up to the party on whether we should have a fire. I would be fine with it.
We should have a fire if you need it for warmth, but we are going to attract all more attention than is necessary. If you cannot use your senses in the dark as well as the rest of us, I say you just rest.
I just would actually surprised I don't have a bit.
There's a certain uneasiness as you kind of listen on to the sounds of the night, the silence of it. It's maddening. Javik, you are used to at least some sound while you slept. The skittering of those things, those ratmen, always about, nocturnal, never resting. This silence, it hits different.
I don't. I'm afraid I would lose my mind if I wasn't able to at least help. Just a little too
You
quiet
just like
for
make
me.
like rat noises like he's asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. How far would you guys remain away from like the entire building? I obviously don't have the map for it, but like relatively, just
300 meters?
300 meters within sight, but well, out of sight for most of you in the dark. But yes, fair enough. You know it's there.
Within sight, but like hidden by the tree line.
Right, moonlight.
Right, like,
you can
just-
still see the silhouette, just not clear details. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. With those of you taking first watch, if it was Ramirez and Casimir taking the first one. How long do you want to stay up?
If you
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have to cast
Um,
with Ramirez. I'll as he's attuning to his item, I ask him. I mean, it's full of spells right now, isn't it?
It is.
Never mind then.
Yep, during that I would attune to the Ring of Spell Storing. And then I would probably spend another hour or two kind of trying to put together some type of disguise that makes me look still like a dusk elf, but less like Rahadin, but younger.
I would attune to the eye and the spindle in that order.
Okay. So as you put on your disguise, using I suppose a mirror, some sort, some reflective surface to gauge your progress, you look onto Casimir.
Yep, I have those.
I'm assuming, whose gaze is fixed upon the eye. The eye swivels about, an inky pupil swimming at its center like some amorphous jelly. Suddenly, it focuses upon you, quivering, and you feel, Casimir, this strong urge comes over you. The sensation like standing at the precipice of a chasm, with a voice telling you to jump.
Would you like to see what I see?
The eye seems to speak.
What secrets I keep? What secrets I can share?
At what price?
Holding the hag's eye and conversing to it, you didn't even notice how your other hand seems to be reaching towards your face, almost attending to a scratch around a socket. You know the answer. Your nails are mere inches away from your own eye.
He hesitates for a moment and he just says, I need all the knowledge to bring our people back, and then he'd just rip out his eye.
What are you doing?
I'd like to try and grab his hand before he does that.
You did it in front of all of us, or you're going to?
Well, everyone else is
Informal.
sleeping. Me and Ramirez are talking to each other. Ramirez knows
Right.
I have a penchant. Casimir has a penchant for talking to people who aren't there.
Yeah.
This shit's new. This is all new
Yeah,
role.
this-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Know how Baba look at
seeing you look at this, seeing you looking at the eye, and then slowly going to rip your own eye out. Yeah, I would try and grab your hand to stop you.
Resolve it. guys.
Do I roll anything to rip my own eye out, or
If you
or is,
want to have a dexterity contest over this, you may.
Well, no,
I usually leave it to players to
trust-
decide, kind of thing. Interactions
I
between each
trust
other.
Ramirez enough where if he's stopping me, like I'm
Right.
not gonna fight him.
Right.
It's more just like,
Well, then there's that.
but he'll reach for he'll rip out his eye, and then he'll feel like your fist on his wrist and be like, ah.
I would try and keep your eye. It's useful, and I somehow don't think that this one would give you what you want.
You don't understand. It says it has secrets. I need more. I need more than I have. I need more knowledge, more power, more magic.
No, you don't.
What I have is insufficient for what is to come.
You have sufficient power already. And besides, what would Katrina think?
She would think that you paid the right price.
Out?
She would understand.
Says the eye.
Did she
seemingly.
recognize you?
Even if she does not recognize her brother, if she is able to at least perceive again. How convincing is this eye? Like, is it just
As
like
much as you let
it?
it.
Is it
As much as a
Is there
7
a-
wisdom saving throw lets you be convinced by it.
okay? Yeah. You feel like a light tug from or like a tug from like the arm you have, almost absent-mindedly, like grasping for his eye as he's like calmly speaking with you, Ramirez. Like,
Well,
Like-
I will continue to say, yeah, you really don't want to do this. This seems like a very bad idea. And I'd like to try and sleight of hand the eye out of Casimir's hand and away from him.
You guys want to contest over?
you
if
tell me,
may?
DM, what's going on?
If you want to
I have
contest
the
over,
eye
you
in my
can.
hand. I would resist this just because even if the eye's telling me to rip out my I need this. Dexterity or sleight of
Okay.
hand to resist.
Well, sleight of hand is not so much. You won't be able to stealthily in
I'm-
front of him, grab the eye and hide in your sleeve, and ta-da! It's more like just a pure dexterity versus dexterity thing.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I was trying to do it on the I keep
Like
talking
quickly?
and distracting him and do the
Dude, he's staring
The
at the
standard
side. He's not
distraction
letting the sight decide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so dexterity?
I want this eye. I have plans
Yeah.
for this eye. Not as much as you.
He rips it out, and there's a gut feeling, Casimir, kind of like Bilbo just grabbed the ring from Gollum. A little lurch of
You and I both know this is not what you really want.
The eye appears to.
After all, can you really trust Strahd's mother and the power that she offers?
I
You'd
do
be
not
just
trust
like
her.
him. You'd be just like him.
Yeah, he gives you a glare, and his fist tightens. I need this eye. It will help me summon things against Strahd.
Do you need the eye to replace one of your own? Merely to use as a focus.
It uses a focus, but it spoke. It had secrets. Well, it is.
Yes,
hit-
and you know as well as I do that I have secrets too. Or at least I claim to. It's very easy to lie. After all, it's how you survive.
I just
Now, are
worry
you
that
going to be sane and not try and tear your own eye out? Really would hate to see more damage done to our people.
that gets to
And
him
with,
for a
with
moment.
that kind
Yeah,
of guilt trip, I'll toss the eye. I'll drop the eye back into his hand.
Yeah,
and,
with that actually,
back down.
he grips the eye and just plops it into one of the eye sockets in his staff, and then he kind of like he puts it a hair outside of arm's reach.
The eye almost vibrates in your hand with anticipation as you bring it closer to the skull. Blood vessels and tendrils extend from the back of the eye, reaching toward the skull, prodding for a spot to crawl in, and as soon as it's within reach, the connection between it and the skull it grows intense as it lurches toward it and embeds itself in the skull, swiveling towards you. Then just stares with this 1,000-yard stare and nothing.
I just speak to the eye. This will be your home. If you wish to share your secrets, I might be able to pay a different price, but I need both of my eyes to see what is coming. Perhaps
Seems
one
to
day we can come to an accord.
just embed itself into the skull even deeper and not respond. But secure in its socket.
Thank you, Ramirez, for helping me see reason.
Well, one of us has to. Your experiments are wondrous things. You can achieve wondrous things, but you lack a little bit of self-preservation, to say the least.
None as wondrous as you.
Yes. Well, hopefully you'll have a chance to create at least one more.
My only hope is to see the look on that bastard Strahd's face as I bring my sister back to the dinner invitation the tiefling mentioned.
Well, that will be quite the family reunion if we ever do go to the castle. Well, I shouldn't say if we ever. When we go to the castle. It'll be quite the family reunion.
And I hope you keep your
You'll notice my hand tighten on the sword hand.
I hope you keep your promise that Rahadin dies slow.
Yes. That's the plan.
As you ponder that, draw your focus toward the night. The two of you can roll me a perception check. I'll take the better of the two as you assist each other, essentially. So keep on watch over your sleeping companions. Casimir, you appear distracted.
Still distracted. Yeah.
Still
like
Still thinking
darting
about
towards
the
the
eye.
staff.
Goddamn.
Secrets within arm's reach tonight to you, leader of the elves, to you, their king.
What else does it know? Tell me secrets about the Amber Temple.
There's a
Been
certain
here for a while. It knows
half-light.
magic.
There's a certain half-light voice in your head. Perhaps brooding, angry with yourself, with Ramirez, you're not sure. Really up to you. But it's there. The more attentive of the two of you, Ramirez, you note on the southern side, where the entire structure seems to slope downwards and losing its wall, you note movement in the dark and the glinting of what appears to be giant pieces of glass or perhaps gemstones glinting in the moonlight as they appear to skitter about. Creatures of some sort, like geodes with multiple legs. It's very hard to make clearly what they are from this distance, but they are there. And
Are they actually in and around the manor that I'm seeing this, or is it
the manor on the south side seems to be open to the elements, as if the wall has been ripped out or collapsed, with the foundation beneath crumbled. And these things are alive, nocturnal, and moving about. You keep an eye out for some more. They don't seem to take an interest with any of you. Without any light sources burning, you don't seem to draw any of their attention so far.
Yeah.
then exhaustion begins to take over. You can push through, or you can exchange shifts with another. Your call.
I would probably grab, I think, Brander to take over next watch.
Yeah, sure.
Groggy, like a DM who just arose from a 15-minute power nap, you rise. It is the middle of the night.
Well, things have been mostly quiet so far, but you got some glass spider-like creatures on the south side of the manor that seem nocturnal in nature. Luckily, they don't seem to care about us, but keep an eye on those.
Will do. Is anybody else getting up with me, or am I alone?
Figure that's your call. Are we like halfway through the night or a third of the way through the night?
Oh, halfway. It's been 3, perhaps 4 hours. Hard to track time without I don't know, like a time wizard in your midst, but yeah. It's rather dark and no near dusk. Done.
Probably worth giving to someone else to stay with you. Better to keep watching twos.
He just kind of looks and...
Hey, unless, were you looking at someone else?
Yeah, I was about to say, I was going to say I'll look at Zavik.
If you were looking at Zavik, I would go, yeah, okay, and I'll wake up Zavik. Lightly.
Yeah, good thing you said lightly, because I'm probably having, like, night terrors in my own
twitching
mind.
in his sleep, and you touch him, he just, like arm already half shifted, like, goes to grab you, you know?
Actually, I just tell Remy, you should probably use the staff.
No, I would have done this. Use minor illusion to create a sound within range, to kind of create the sound of tinkering bells next to Zavik.
It almost sounds like home. And you almost don't want to wake up. But your limbic system says otherwise, and you do.
It's been a minute since I've heard such a wonderful thing. Mainly it's just poking and prodding, but if he lets out a wide yawn and pushes back his half of what's left of his hair.
As you yawn,
I
he
suppose...
opens his mouth and you can just see like a row of unnaturally sharpened teeth. And perhaps it was a trick of light or of the torch. But it's almost like there was a second row right behind it. Experimentations, man.
Experimentations.
Mm-hmm.
Anna just goes, already begin, time for a watch.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. Though they're not being too stealthy, if you wish to rouse 2 for your watch, you may. Or you can keep sleeping, it's fine.
I'll keep sleeping.
Cool.
Yeah. At that, I would go back to sleep after using minor illusion one more time to kind of give a small image of the thing that I saw in the building, to kind of give them at least a this is the skittering glass-like thing that
shadows and dark
that
with a slight sheen and shimmer to them. It is an
Yeah.
impressive feat of the spell to replicate such a creature, but the features are, while arachnid and crystal-like, otherwise vague.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
just,
that's what I saw at the south side of the manor.
Okay. Hey, just a quick question you told me. You see, like the last time Brandar was here,
Yes.
and he did encounter one of those things and it like bit in his armor.
Yeah.
Did it hang any sort of like bloody damage, like to them, like acid or something like that? Is there anything?
Did it do any damage to the armor itself?
Yeah, like.
There was
Or was
some
it just
viscous
a bite down?
fluid that you actually later on, when you were safe, you managed to kind of extract and run between your fingers before washing it off quickly, for it tingled and blistered your fingers. Not so much acid as very quick acting venom, and very much active, in the sense that it remains active even when exposed to air.
So poison.
Yes, you felt a little like numb sensation to your fingers, perhaps even a paralytic.
Okay. I just saw no.
And you well, you didn't get a good glance at it. It came out of the shadows real quick and you just ran for your life. You remember the smell. There was something in the air around this creature, around where it infested. It's odd to describe, not so much an olfactory sense, but a smell that took place in your mind. A sensation like experiencing olfactory deja vu. It triggered synapses in your brain when you inhaled that foul miasma. A part of you want to flee, a part of you want to stay, sleep. But you managed to overcome the sensation because the adrenaline just kicked in and just fucking ran out of there. These things are weird. But yeah.
Yes, Ian, have a cooking watch. Grandad just kind of looks at him and he's just like, "Are you okay since you left there? I mean, you look on edge."
It's hard to sleep sometimes. It's been too long since I've been able to move about and still getting used to everything. I mean, from the small amount of time that I was here before, I was captured by what was it? Kiro. I mean, I never really got a good understanding of the land, and it seems like at every turn there's always something bigger waiting for you. But also, I had a question as well, is if this is where your people are and everything, what, I mean, if they're no longer here or around, where were you at? Where were you doing in your time?
I wasn't at this battle myself or anything like that. That's my ancestors. We were all artificers. We were smiths. We were crafters. I mean, a lot of us seen battle, but a lot of us weren't here when this went down. Then, when it all came to a head and Barovia vanished, no one knew what happened. Until I don't know. I decided to just travel out here, and then I ended up finding the place. I walked through the mist. Here I was.
That is perhaps not completely true. You were not just wandering, you were following it. The voice,
Yeah, following.
the guidance of the one true leader. A ghost, a remnant perhaps, but it was calling. And you finally found it. You catch a glimpse as you're talking toward the perched statue atop its 10-foot tall marble and granite moss-covered stone is the statue of the dragon. Its wings tucked closely to its body. It looks eastward toward the mansion. But for just a brief moment, the eyes seem to glint. Pure, vibrant silver. Calling. Perhaps the only welcome thing about this whole place.
Well, I'd have to say, and with like a very small, minor little chuckle, well, I'd say both of us are incredibly foolish to enter such a horrible place, but he shakes his head like up and down. But it's good on you to at least try to keep pushing and make sure that your people and that your culture and everything that you have remains intact. It's very admirable.
Tomorrow's going to be quite a nerve-wracking day, that's for sure. Like I don't even know what to expect going in there. But to be honest, I'm not even sure I've all them. I've met Tom. I'm pretty sure I've met one of the revenants before on the road.
You would have met one or several along the road.
Yeah.
How much you would have been able to speak to them is really up to you, but you would have probably gleaned as much as the party would have found out. Always calling you to Argynvsotholt, always pleading for your help.
Yeah.
Some of them were more hostile than others, but in a way that wasn't outright physical, more so just attitude-wise. Some called you a fool for coming back. Others seemed to be more pleading. All the while, they treated you, your uniform, who you are, recognizing you, with a certain sadness. But looking at you, almost like toward another victim. There was very, very little hope in that gaze. Did you have questions about like those sort of encounters? Maybe something I can.
No, that pretty much answers it. Yeah, he just kind of like, I'm not fully sure how we'll be welcomed in there. Like some of them did show that they wanted to help. Some of them called me a fool for coming here. But we won't actually know until we enter. And Branda just kind of goes, tell you what, lad, right? They go and stream, because I'm going to be going in there in the morning, but just to calm your nerves, and he just takes the alchemy jug, opens the cork with the ale, and just takes a sip, and then hands it to him. It's better than the pissy wine. But then he go back mental with it. We're up early. And he just holds it to Zavik.
The corner of his mouth, the one that's kind of like not drooping a little bit towards you, whatever which way you're at, a small little smirk, and with his two big, bear paw hands, he takes just a little smirk and holds it up and starts to drink, and then he just like a big old sip, and it just starts to flow just a tiny bit down the corners of his mouth, off his beard and everything. He takes a big old another sip and everything, and like you can hear the muscles moving in his throat.
If he looks like he's gone too far, Brando, just that's enough.
It's a quenchable
He's
thirst.
holding it.
It's been a while.
He's still holding it. He uses like the inner side of his elbow, the inside of it, to brush it off. I'm sorry. It's been a minute, but no, thank you.
So this, we'll have a proper drink. You can drink the wine. We'll drink this.
Takes the edge off.
I'm looking forward. Yeah.
It's just to take a little edge off, calm the nerves.
The night seems a little bit less cold, though curiously upon the grass throughout, rime and frost seems to be spreading, dew freezing, the temperatures dropping to the point of freezing. Snow begins to trickle from the skies in the night. You can barely make it out in torchlight as it melts against the flame's heat. But those flecks that land upon the ground throughout the hour form a lean sheet of white as the sun begins to grayly crest behind the mansion, silhouetting it. If you wish to do anything else before you rise with the rest of your party, you may.
And from me.
No, I don't think I
In that case, you guys
have
can
anything.
go ahead and roll your long rest stuff, your recover half your hit dice and recover your full HP and your spell slots and stuff.
Brandar,
Is
what
there
were
a
the two
way?
spell scrolls? Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, is there a fast way like in D&D Beyond you just hit like long rest or short rest on this page, or do you just do everything manually?
You do everything manually.
Okay.
I thought there was a long rest
Yeah.
button on D&D Beyond.
That's what you say.
There
Like
is
in
on
D&D
D&D
Beyond, is there a way on Roll20? And I'm saying no.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
I'm
you're
on
good,
roll
good.
20 now. Yeah,
Okay.
I was just
The
curious.
two spell scrolls are Revivify, and what was the other one?
Cure wounds.
Cure Wounds.
Make sure. That is
Hey.
correct. Mass Cure Wounds.
Mass Cure. I can't put that in spell forecast.
You can cast it. It just requires an Arcana roll. Specifically, if you bear with me, I'll tell you. Under Magic Items, Spell Scrolls, and it details.
It'd be DC 15, right? Because it's 10 plus spell level.
I believe so.
And then, yeah, I was just wondering if we had anything I could put into my book.
You can copy it to be broke. A wizard spell on a spell scroll can be copied, just as the spells in spell books can be copied. When a spell is copied from a spell scroll, the copier must succeed on an Arcana check, DC equal to 10.
Oh, but it's not on my list though. Mass Cure Wounds isn't, and I think Revivify isn't.
Yeah, don't
'Cause
think
I
those are
can't-
spells.
Revivify is a word spell?
No, I don't think they are.
Yeah, I don't think Revivify or Mass Cure Wounds is.
They're not.
I don't
they're
think
not.
either of them is.
So like in a pinch, I can cast them in the wild, but I was looking to just add to my
And
spells.
if they're above your spell level, such as Mass Cure Wounds, I believe, and Revivify. What's your maximum spell slot?
4 for me, so I could cast Revivify.
Alright,
at
and
least
Mass
spell
Cure Wounds is
slot-wise,
a
but it's
5th
not on my
level
list.
spell. So,
Yes, and I do not have
if the
access to
spell
that.
is on your class spell list, but of a higher level than you can normally cast, you must make an ability check using your spellcasting ability modifier. Cool, so not just Arcana. Cast successfully. The DC is 10 plus the spell's level, so 15. And on a fail, it just dissipates. I'm not sure if this rule is like you can only use spell scrolls with spells that are on your spell list. I'm gonna hand wave that. Anybody can use any spell scroll. As long as you have a spell casting or a pact magic or some way of casting spells.
But you're not. But you're obviously not like hand waving away. Like I can't transcribe like a ranger spell onto my spell
No,
book.
that's what I'm saying.
Not. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
This is purely for casting the spell. Anybody can
Perfect.
cast it.
Gotcha.
Transcribing it. I just feel I'll be like melding classes together, and it's just unfair.
No.
Yeah.
That's like it's a fair ruling. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yep. Sort of like the magic kind of fills the gaps, but if you're trying to fill those gaps yourself, then just don't have the innate connection with nature that a ranger has, etc.
Yeah. Perfect.
Right.
So in the mornings, Bratislav and Milos are pulling at the ropes and trying to like bite at people. Do you want me to roll a check for them to break through from the ropes, or can we just say they're tied up for the night?
No, they are tied up. You've been doing this for years. This has become like almost like a ritual for you. For the sake of this, if you're using a tool, it's an automatic success.
Okay. In the morning,
Unless
so I cast
something
Animate
external
Dead.
happens, but I rolled poopy, so nothing eventful in those terms happened.
I cast Animate Dead.
Mhm.
I hold up the staff and I say, "Friends, calm yourselves, please." And I cast Animate Dead. They calm down as I exert my control over Vratislav and Milos for the next 24 hours.
Do you have to exert one spell slot per each of them?
No, one spell slot for 4 of them.
4. Cool. Good enough.
But they're my
you look
friends.
upon Argynvsotholt, and it looks ripe of corpses, you would imagine.
I just wanted to double check. Jeb is still by the hut, isn't he? We didn't pick him up.
Not to my knowledge.
Oops.
I think
No, I just wanted to make sure I didn't pick him up. I asked because Jeb is like a worthless skinny boy who does not look like.
I think you put him in the floating disc. What?
Oh yeah. We did.
You would have not been able to get him
travel.
through the river, etc. So
Yeah,
what are
not
we
through the
what are we
river,
saying about that? Did you just pick him up at the riverbank?
Yeah, well, he's exposed to the element. The corpse is exposed to the elements in the swamp. He might get brought back to life. It'd probably be worse for the wear for it.
By some miracle, perhaps due to your actions with Baba Zaga, you have. We'll say you have the corpse on you and you inspect it. Do you just do like a passive glance upon it, or do you want like a full on like medicine check?
No, if the body is there, I was actually going to resurrect him and essentially just use him as just another
Zomboy?
Slave.
thing. He will be what
He'll be a zombie. Unless you can rip out people's skeletons out of them.
Okay, because I can choose.
Do you
zombie or
choose or
skeleton,
do I
but I'm
choose?
happy.
I don't know how
I
spell
choose.
works. You choose? Okay, cool.
I choose.
So which one?
Like I mean he's a skinny boy. He's a skeleton.
Skeleton?
Oh my!
I
The
believe
flesh remains on the
Bones
floor.
are-
This is a grisly sight, and wait, there's Jeb. I'm gonna name him.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe the
I-
blowflies got to him.
Yeah,
Well-
I think if you read it, it's choose a pile of bones or a corpse.
Yes,
Spell
that's it.
plus mimicry if the target becomes a skeleton if you chose bones, or a zombie if you chose a corpse.
Yeah, that's what I
Okay,
figured.
so he's a zombo then.
Yeah.
We'll say Milos is the one who got ripped by werewolves far more than Vratislav, which is why he's a skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I have a secondary zombie.
I just
but-
remember my necromancer in my other game did not really have a choice, but it wasn't my choice either. So I was like, is it my choice or your choice? Anyways, there's that. I'm gonna go ahead and put him in your control as well, and we'll just say that that's Jeb.
Oh
you-
my!
you- yeah,
I feel
give me
uncomfortable.
control over the token. I'm just going to give him the secondary attack of whatever is zombie. The slam attack. Sorry, keep going. I'm just gonna add a slam attack, whatever that.
I don't think you can add anything until I give you rights to it.
Oh no! Don't give me another sheet. I was just going to under Vratislav put in Jeb's attack, which is just a slam.
Okay.
And like during the rest, I will add him
I'll
to the
give you the sheet
voltage.
because you're controlling where he goes.
Hey, just quickly, Don, just noticed on like my HP on the token here is 61, but my actual is 69.
Oh, did you use Constitution for some reason? Let me. Okay, hold on. Let me see here. On your actual character sheet, it's 69. Yeah, I see it.
On my character sheet it says 69, on Tony it says 61.
I fix. I think I know what's the problem. HP. HP. Save. Delete. Remove. How's your vision? Do everybody see within their
fine.
vision? Yeah. Okay.
No, I
yeah,
got
I can-
black.
I can look
What was
into
maybe wrong
the
is-
house, and there's dynamic lighting in the house.
So.
Maybe.
Yep.
And maybe you put my token here before when it was 61, and it was because it was 61.
No, I
previous.
just didn't have your token set to HP. That's all. I fixed it.
Ah.
So hold on. So Javik, you see all black.
Yeah, I can't see anyone. It's just me, and then it's all grayed out.
That should
I can
not
see the
be-
front.
That should not be
Of
because
the-
I have torches everywhere, meaning sunlight of bright light. Why can you not see them?
Yeah.
Because-
So I can see to about here normally, and I can see out to here-ish as
Yeah.
Oh,
fog.
yeah.
Fog.
There's it's dark within, so
Yeah.
so you can barely see through the windows really, but outside should be well illuminated. I'm not sure what's going on. If I do
Yeah, I can
this,
see fine outside.
you can see
So-
fine outside.
I can't-
I see fine. After that is
Oh,
now
there we
I
are.
see.
Okay,
That
so
is
I
now
have
much,
to
much
put
brighter outside.
torches on the token layer. Okay, I can't put them on lighting layer.
I
It's dumb. Okay,
I can
'cause-
see.
Yeah, it's
that.
it's dim sunlight outside, but it's dark within the mansion. So there's that.
Well, as we're walking up to it, I will give a little bit of a speech. We did very well last time. I against the Fane and its defenders. Sure, we can work together in combat at least. Hopefully we can work together in diplomacy as well. Suppose our best bet is probably to let you and I'll look at Brent do most of the talking. After all, you're the one who's likely to get the best reaction from your family. Unless there's some history I don't know of.
Oh, it's my order, but as I said, just don't antagonize them and they probably won't attack us. Don't give them a reason is basically what I'm saying.
I was gonna say, like, during the rest, I will have attuned to the sword, to the
Vault's
trap.
edge?
Yes, just
Sure. At your command, the blade crackles. It, I believe it can serve as a source of light, unless I did not make it so.
I don't think you did. Yeah, you did.
I did?
No. Doesn't have light. But
okay.
I will be Ramirez, just in case diplomacy doesn't work. It should work with the Spectre. And I'm giving you the Moon Sword.
The Moon Touch Blade?
Thank
that
you.
Dagger?
Yeah, that one.
Well, thank you. Hopefully I don't need this, but...
So, just to I establish it, whom among you carry out light sources of some sort?
I'll carry one.
Okay, so what? Torch?
I'll take a torch. And
Consume
I will
one?
mark it on my sheet.
So it's gonna be bright light. I believe torches are what? 2020?
I think it's 2020.
2020. And it should be visible.
Now I have 7.
Boom.
I actually offer Jeb to hold it for you. Like, no. Zavik, your hands are more useful without that. In case we need to defend ourselves, have the skinny one here carry it for you.
If it's your wish.
Fucking ironic.
Are you putting him in the very...
Oh yeah, no,
Are you putting Jeb in the very front?
Oh yeah, he does not give a shit about Jeb. Like, Jeb is meat to him.
Fancily dressed meat. Smashed. The bones crackling on walking on funny angles. I mean, this guy got sat on by a house. I almost imagine like a zombie that's like too planar at this point. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll just have my shield in one hand and then I'll have just a free hand.
Alright, anybody else? Any source of light I should apply it now before we go on?
I would not have any real source of light. I will have the Moonblade tucked into my belt, but it would be covered.
Okay.
Just before we go in, Brandar would just like resummon his homunculus servant.
Sure.
It just takes an action.
There's your token for it?
Yeah. And as part of our walking up, I would have done that as part of that speech about us doing well against the, what's it called, the Hydras in combat, and let's hope we do better as well in diplomacy. I will use that as an inspiring leader speech. So if you are considered friendly to me, you may have 12 temporary hit points.
Jeb is like, hey.
Does that include, like, undead?
Does that include the boys? I assume not.
Apparently.
Up to 6 friendly creatures, which
creatures.
can include yourself.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, is there
I
a
believe it
limitation
has-
with undead
No.
creatures? Right?
Creatures.
No, it's just creatures.
Even mounts.
And it's I can do it as much as I want, but
I
everyone
think.
can
Hold
only
on.
get
There
it
is
once
one
per short
caveat.
rest.
They have to understand you, correct?
I think that's probably the
Yes,
case. I'm not
who
Yeah.
can understand you. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm just
The
checking
boys
something.
can understand
Yeah,
the
okay.
languages they spoke in life but cannot speak.
Oh my god, that's my worst
Oh
nightmare.
my
That's
God.
literally like a living prison. You understand everything, you sense everything, but you can't speak. Anyways.
Yeah, each creature who can understand.
Yeah,
you.
so they gain that temp HP.
They're like
Well, only-
almost twice as beefy now.
Was it all but one though?
Oh, 6. Yeah,
it's-
that's right. Who
yeah.
doesn't get
Yeah,
it?
I can only hit it for 6.
It better be fucking Jeb.
Just
Yeah,
You-
Jeb
you-
doesn't get it.
Casimir.
I
just-
mean,
Put your se-
technically, I'm just
your
gonna say this:
people before.
Or
don't
You
change your
can
max
take
HP.
it-
actually, dumb question. How long
Yeah.
does it take us? I'm assuming how long
What?
does it take us? Actually, no, because I'd be doing that during our conversation. So no, I dish it out to everyone because I'd speak for 20 minutes talking about our plan. I will for the boy. I'll do the first round with that towards just us and not getting the boys, but the boys would get it as a. Well then, even if you're not
Sure.
fully Dusk Elves, we need to make sure we present ourselves appropriately here. Let's try and be safe about this and not cause too much trouble, but if we do, stick together and make sure this all works out in the end.
Take my 10 minutes to summon my steed, by the way.
This party is a nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
Sorry, Tom. What was that about? What was that about changing HP?
So when you get temporary HP, to make sure you're not changing their max HPA.
No, yeah. I'm putting it in the extra bubble.
Cool. It's just those zombies are just that beefy.
So yeah. Undead Thrall. Lets me add my wizard level to their HP, and that's just like a passive.
Oh! It's insane. All right. I mean,
Yes.
I mean, they're
pretty good.
except Jeb is fucking worthless. I get to add my proficiency.
It's good when you
mod
have a
for damage.
swarm of them, and then you add like plus 10 to each of them, and
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
cool.
Like,
So
Yes.
I'm-
hey, it's gonna go ahead.
Jeb
and
is
summon
here
them
for
now.
story reasons, and we're pretty much tying him to a tree once we get back to Wizards of Wines.
Okay.
Like, enough to keep him alive, but not enough. He's not traveling with us. He doesn't care about Jeb.
Anyways,
V and M though, like they're the best boys.
cool. So there's that. Party's
Right.
prepped.
I think this may get a little awkward, but while I'm summoning Elena, she'll firstly appear like a banshee that you could recognize like a dusk elf before she transforms into that. Just letting you guys know.
What is that? Seeing like the dusk elf pervert into this monstrous form.
Celestial bonded to me.
Why did it lose its initial form? Like almost accusingly.
Because it's not her original body. It's using only the Banshee's energy to get this form. The body was from another creature.
Flash transmutation. Fascinating work. The work of a professional.
It is a shame. She was beautiful, if all for a moment before. She could have been useful.
You are an elf after all. You have your eyes. Yes.
Before she became a monster, she could have been useful, but you know,
Yeah, no,
she's
for sure.
not a person. Yeah.
It's also like an elf trapped in this aberrant body. Ugh.
Oh yeah. Like this is body horror of the party
Right.
between
No.
Zap.
You guys are a nightmare. It's just beautiful, beautiful nightmare.
Yes. Well,
Shall we get going?
Ragnar,
Mm-hmm.
you want to go knock?
Brandar, I'm assuming
Don't
you're
think
taking,
we need to knock.
you're taking the lead.
Brandar would just say start walking up towards the
So
stairs.
you walk past the
Yeah.
statue I mentioned beforehand, and up the steps confidently toward the doors, and then you feel it. The stone, the flagstone beneath your foot, sinks. You feel it move, shift downwards, like a pressure plate. The dragon statue opens its mouth, and you hear a rush of air bellow from its maw. A flurry of cold air rushes past, and you cringe, kind of preparing for the worst, and just passes harmlessly over you. Seems that perhaps at one point the statue would breathe a cone of high ice and hail, but the magic has either deteriorated over the years or judged you to be unworthy of harm.
Could have been bad. Everyone watch your steps. So he would just look up to the door and try to push it first to see if it opens.
It is heavy. It is swollen to the frame, but with enough might, it pushes open, revealing a foyer. This room feels like a king's tomb. There's the grand staircase that leads up to stone balconies held aloft by stone pillars and arches. There's a tall, faded tapestry depicting a nobleman in silver armor. It hangs from an iron rod above the staircase. 6 sets of double doors lead from this foyer. Along the walls, displayed on marble pedestals, are 3 alabaster busts of handsome men. A 4th bust and its pedestal has been knocked over and shattered. Its remains kind of lie strewn across the mosaic floor. 2 chandeliers of wrought iron hang from the ceiling like monstrous black spiders. That is as much as you can see from where you stand. To either side, there are more doors.
He just kind of looks at the rest, like, let's go. And he just like steps inside. We've got a couple of choices. We can try clear the rooms, check everything.
There's no need for us to risk our skin this early into our introduction. Send the skinny one to open the door in case there is something more hostile behind them.
We'll go left first, and he just.
Casimir just claps. You, boy, open the door.
Money.
Shiny.
The zombie shambles, and you can see it almost loses its footing on a still sleek pool of blood before the door. The zombie follows command, places both hands upon the door, and pushes it open. So just to be clear, inside the room, is it completely dark right now?
No.
I can see him.
No.
Okay, that means that some torches work and some don't. Very weird. Okay.
Well, my vision's decent. I don't know about Zavik is probably the best person to ask.
Right.
Yeah, because I have.
I
dark
can
vision.
see.
Cool.
Because you
'cause
got
it's
Jeff
holding
right
a
there with
torch.
the torch.
That's fine. We'll be fine. There is another flickering torch on the right of the door, just out of vision, but you can see the flicker of the flame and the reflection upon the floor. The trail of blood.
I tell the
yeah.
skinny one to step 10 feet forward just to see if there's any traps that get him.
You wait a moment, and the zombie just kind of shifts its weight around, turns its head, and you can see Jeb's jaw kind of unhinged from its socket. No traps. Just zombie staring back.
The room is safe. If you want to explore if there's anything useful within.
Yeah, Brando's just seeming confident, like he's just walking through.
Okay.
So he just walks past it, looks inside.
Yes. Looking inside, you see this wood paneled den has been ransacked. Its furnishings tossed about. There's a cold, dark hearth to your left that dominates the west wall between 2 narrow windows. Standing upright against the north wall is a sarcophagus made of black wood with a queen's effigy carved into its lid.
I just kind of looks at him. I mean, you can all come in. It's just because they're hanging about the door.
I'm just taking in the wonder of such a large house.
Okay, well, Brando's going to inspect the sarcophagus.
Okay.
Fucking hell.
Sarcophagus. You said it right the first time.
But I did alright.
Sure. It bears the effigy of a queen carved upon its lid. Do you open it?
Well, does he recognize the design or anything like that, or is it? Like-
Roll me a history check, perhaps.
Okay.
When I see Brando try to open it, I give him the same offer.
Is it made of stone or is it made of
It's
wood?
It's made of black wood, unfortunately, but
Wood, okay.
yeah.
I just want to check because I
Yeah,
know I get
natural 20. You, of course, you can recognize her, the queen of your people. Not your dwarven people, but the reigning queen of the country where you come from. It's a finely made piece, though aged, but her features are still recognizable. It's like the equivalent of like looking at Catherine the Great. You're that familiar with a historic figure. Used to reign generations before your father was born, and is said to bring fortune. Whenever her visage is depicted in a household, she was a queen of a gold age, and her name was something rulable.
Matilda.
Should not be.
We're gonna make
Say it out
furniture plot centric. This is fine.
Her name is forbidden to be spoken.
Her name is Lazora of the Droll. Do you have any other questions about this prominent figure?
Brandar, in case it is trapped, do not risk yourself.
So is this literally her sarcophagus, or is it just like a sarcophagus? That's fucking it.
It looks human sized, reaching about 2 heads above yours. Carved with black wood. There's cobwebs coming
Does
up.
it look like it's been sealed?
No. No locks. Some latches, but it looks like it's swingable open.
He does the kind of look at the rest. He just like, yeah, just be ready, and he just just starts to open it like slowly, just to
You slowly
get
open.
some light in so we can have a look.
He makes Jeb walk forward to get more light and take any brunt damage.
You examine it as you open it, and see the sarcophagus has been converted into a wine cabinet. No corpse within. There is a few wine glasses and decanters to be found. Most of them are shattered. But, you find 4 glasses and a dusty decanter remains. Relics from ages past. The decanter bearing scale-like patterns, and the goblets themselves seem to be formed out of glass as if held by talons. Humans,
Yeah.
right? Weird fashion statement. Could have been a corpse.
Yes, god damn it.
I
Also, Spooky was going to jump out.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and pick up and kind of inspect the torch that was burning here. Is a little confused at why we have a lit burning torch in what should be a place inhabited by the undead who probably don't care about a lit torch. And kind of pick it up, see if it's a normal torch, and try and
Picking up
extinguish
out of its sconce, and curiously enough, feel no heat coming off it.
I'll take my cloak and try and cover it and basically put it out, snuff it out.
The light is snuffed, and the cloak does not ignite.
Then pull it out, and I'm assuming
Light
that
reignites.
this is... Huh. Interesting. I'll go ahead and keep that, and I'll actually tuck that into my backpack.
You watch Ramirez tuck a burning torch into his backpack.
Ramira, are you? And then
Doesn't
I
burn.
see it not catch fire. Like, interesting find.
Okay.
I thought
Yes.
you were. I thought the eye was telling you to do things now.
Add an
No.
ever burning torch to your inventory.
Okay.
Brandar would they collect the canner and the goblets.
As this is
Who
happening,
know-
seeing this is safe, I send Jeb to open the other door, and step 10 feet inside.
Sure, just bear with me. Brandar,
Like,
you
just
mentioned
whenever.
creepiness, and perhaps you're on edge. For roll me like a. What's your passive perception? You might have enough.
14.
14. You notice the smell in the air, like iron, blood in the air. More of it. One split at the door, one at a table nearby, and one toward the wall to the east. Perhaps that's what was putting you on edge this entire time. Opening the other door,
So-
then. This one.
You see the blood, does it look fresh?
It doesn't look fresh. It just looks like there was plenty of it, to the point where if you step in it, it smears.
Okay. Yeah, it was the decanter and 4 goblets.
Yes. Perhaps you don't have to drink out of your alchemical jug from the neck anymore.
No, mine they fills his humongous thing. His humongous servant.
Right.
That is my purpose.
But
You're for real.
you surveil. Perhaps you can like take in the design of these cups and sort of like next time you spawn your little homunculi, add that little design on the bottom.
Yeah, that's
You look about the den's other furnishings. There's a rotten set of divans, broken chairs, overturned ottomans, and a few smashed oil lamps. You note smeared, dried, bloody handprint can be seen on the north end of the east wall. Something else catches your attention. A small speck of light. The fireplace is completely soot-choked and clogged with piles of ash. However, through the fireplace is obviously... though the fireplace is obviously long abandoned and shows no recent signs of use, there's a single ember struggling for life in the ash. What catches your attention first? Am I lagging or something?
no.
Okay.
I'm just seeing if anybody else is going in first into it. You
No,
give
that was
other people
directly
a
after.
chance, so I'm not looking and everything.
I would go over towards the wall where you said there's the handprint of blood.
Sure. And do what?
I'd try and look where would the person who put this handprint have been standing?
Time for
Try
some
and stand
visual
there and look
calculus. It's appropriate for this. I guess investigation, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're trying to
Basically
like,
trying to figure out where did this person, where was this person and where did they go?
yeah, you're trying to like
Investigation.
reconstruct all of this.
I get a 2.
You can tell the obvious. Whoever this was gravely wounded. Perhaps staggered about the room. You look around, there's no corpse.
Well,
Does anybody wish to assist?
I'd like to assist, seeing Ramirez always has a good instinct for these things.
I wonder where whoever left this went. Looks like
Try to
they
see if I can-
probably not long for this world, but they probably.
Go ahead and
I'm
roll.
surprised I don't see a body in here.
Investigation?
Yeah, investigation is trying to just establish some visual calculus to see what transpired here. 25. Jesus. You are surprised to not find a corpse, and a shame it is. You would have been able to use it. You look toward the handprint, and it seems to drag along the satin cloth, as if the weight was shifted, first pressed into the cloth, and then dragged toward the wall. There's your movement. There's your vector. You follow that toward a bloody curtain. What's behind it? You look. There are handprints smeared all over this wall, as if this person was searching for something, and then you trace along the wall and you find it. There is a pressure plate. Push, hear the grinding of stone as weights are shifted within the wall. The wall itself vibrates and opens. There is a secret passage on the north end of the east wall, revealing a storage room beyond. As the wall grinds sideways, you feel something slump against your ankle. You look down and you see a body that was leaning against the opposite wall, but has now fallen upon you. It is elven and decayed. I want to open the wall, but it won't let me. Oh, it will. Okay. There we go.
I also
would-
can't see in this room at all.
I think it's line of sight. Do you
Go-
see it from here?
Go in? No, he can't see. This is so.
No, I mean,
Do you
I
not
can't
have
see
vision?
anyone's icons.
Hold on. You
Yeah, I
have-
guess not. I can see where Jeb is with the torch down there, like that's all bright light. And I can see the
think
little
it's-
fireplace, but I can't see
This
people's
place
tokens.
is completely dark, where there's no windows to shed light within it. So if you see the people with torches and such, that's because they're carrying light on them. But you're not carrying any light
Yeah.
yourself.
I would go.
So-
I would seeing as Abbott kind of struggled a little bit in here. I would go over and pull out the torch I just found.
Okay,
This might be useful to you.
we'll do that.
You want to be able to see. And so I would give him the ever-burning torch.
Sure. Can you see now, my friend?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay. I was just gonna say, like, even if it's dark, like, I should be able to make like
Yeah,
silhouettes out, or unless it's,
that's
like,
what Jeb was saying all the
completely-
entire time, man. Like everywhere you guys went, Jeb
Yeah.
was like so blind.
Yep. I'll
So
say, we found something over here, and seeing Aya hanging back. Something interesting over there, or
There are what looks like barrels of drink.
yes, there's 5 barrels that line wooden braces along the walls of this dark, moldy storage room.
Can I inspect the body to see if there's anything useful on the body? Just a quick rummage.
Yeah, sure. You look at the body, it is the corpse of a dusk elf, one of your own people. The corpse is relatively fresh, no more than several days old, and the stench of death is barely masked by the smell of vinegar coming from the barrels.
Is it Savid or Ronis?
It is
Raunis?
Savid.
I angrily just hit the wall, and I pull him into the room and lay him on the ground, hands crossed over his chest, whatever's a respectful way to preserve the dead.
His hands, you look at them, there's something very odd about them. The extremities. The very edge of his fingers have blackened to necrosis, but there is black veins running beneath his skin, his pallid skin, poison. He bled out, all poisoned.
Found one of our own, Ramirez. It's a shame. Another one down. Another step closer to
There's not enough of us to allow that to happen again.
The rest of you look down, you see the elf wears travel clothes befitting a runner or a scout of some kind. There is an empty quiver slanted over the elf's shoulder. Quill is held tight in the elf's clenched hand, sort of locked in rigor mortis. A small bag lays near the corpse, its contents spilled on the ground, and its canvas smeared with bloody fingerprints left there by desperate hands. Amid the bag's items, you see spilled on the floor are moldy rations, a water canteen, string for bracing a longbow, and a shattered vial from which spills a pool of now dried ink that has mixed in with the corpse's blood.
Perhaps he was looking for shelter, got caught out in the night. But to find such a trap door, must have had some kind of knowledge of the place too, maybe. Or just luck.
From
Like,
his fingers, I do not think this is very lucky. Though I wonder where he ingested the poison from.
ingested? Do you think it was potentially whatever bit him?
If you want to make sure,
Whatever.
try a medicine check.
Yeah.
I would like to attempt to. Nope.
You are shook.
Yeah,
Shooketh.
You're used to
Yeah.
corpses, but seeing one of your own, that gets you every time.
Yeah.
there's only so few of us left.
Yes.
Could I discern maybe like what type of poison or anything with like a nature check or anything?
Yeah,
Or like
sure.
would you just
if,
not be able to kind of tell?
Yeah. No, if you're using nature, if you're trying to do that, yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'll try it.
You inspect the desk elf's body, and with a DC 5, you'll spot the easiest, most obvious stuff. You see several puncture marks along the torso, his back, and vein. Whether they were lashed there by some plant, some carnivorous, like spiny plant, or by some animal, you're not sure. There's no concrete evidence. But the veins around the wound have blackened, as if affected by the venom, or the toxin, or whatever it is that killed him. He appears to be somewhere around 400 years old, but has succumbed to his wounds mere days ago.
Sometimes my pack and I, we would come across normal, natural poisons in the forest that we could harvest and, some of the others would use, but unfortunately
You
I
look at
can't
his
tell what this one
rations
is.
and you don't see any of the deadly nightshade berries or anything that you would recognize that he might have consumed by accident, perhaps on his foragings. Most of them look like to be just dry jerky and whatever you would have on your person. The rest of you,
Yeah.
party, yeah.
Casimir, this one is not one of the elves that you were looking for, that the Vistani are also tracking?
He is, he's one of them. There is another one, Ronis. I worry that whatever befell Savid, befell Ronis.
Well, I guess we'll just have to be quick about searching.
Grander, what are you
and
doing all
find
this while?
Cronus before it's too late.
Yeah, he's just giving them, he's just letting them respect the dead, and while he's just looking around, and he's just looking at the casts, and then just looking at this stomp part. Did he hang you that this is that Champagne de la Stomp stuff?
It used to be.
It used to be.
From the reek, it smells like just vinegar now. I don't know how much shelf life one has, but it's not like 400 years.
No, hell no.
Oh, this place
They'll all
must
be-
reek. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As
Mhm.
hearing, actually no, wait, never mind. He has to be within 60 feet. Never mind. So Jeb can only be within 60 feet. Is this a door?
Wait, where? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, hearing Ramirez say, we must search, and like seeing the dead body of one of his kind, he says, "You, Skinny, open the door. What is behind?"
Should you command, he shall obey. He opens the door, but I'll mention one last thing before you leave.
Well, he can't see inside. He's literally just opening a door. I can't see through him. I have no information. He's just opening doors to see if nothing.
He opens the
Yeah,
door.
Before we left here, Randa was going to take one last look around. Just see if we can find anything.
Sure. You can do investigation because you're actively looking for stuff, just to see if anything was missed. I'm just looking to give everybody an opportunity, sort of thing. You find the bag and look within it. You see like it bulges as if there's more stuff inside, more moldy rations. And then you shake it loose, and a journal falls out, hidden away from the must of the place, keeping the pages dry. It seems that perhaps the scout has written into it for succumbing to his wounds.
He won't look at it. He'll just walk over and hand it to Casimir. Just
Casimir
go
opens
to your
it.
lad.
Thank you, Brinder. And he would frantically flip to the last thing with the writing on it to see if he can glean any information.
Most of the journal's early entries blur before your eyes. The script in Elvish that you recognize, you flip to the very, very last pages upon pages of the journal, and read like the last sentence.
Like the last entry to see like if he's writing like anything relevant to what happened to him.
You read the last page. Argynvsotholt, the home of the dragon. It was a sanctuary once, used to shelter refugees escaping Strahd's armies. Though it may be a husk of its former self, it might just save one more soul this day. I brave the cavern depths and pray I survive to see the moon's light again. Halfway through the page, a date. 17th of Maiden Moon, 7:35. The writing is slanted at an odd angle and was written by a shaky hand. This is the end. To anyone who may find this journal, return my body to the earth, but weep not for my soul. I join my beloved ones in the light. A long, inky streak down the page marks the end of the journal's entry and its author.
I would know, like, Dusk Elves bury their dead, right?
I would assume so.
You don't?
I don't know if it was like a bury thing put by a tree, like like the specific details. But yeah, he would
I'll leave that up to you.
make
my
a
friend.
mental. He would make a mental note to bury him in the soft earth outside of Argynvsotholt and put like a small
Sure.
like memorial to him,
Sure.
like a piece of wood with his name on it. Once
Mhm.
once we're done here.
Sure. On whenever you have time, you can keep the journal because kind of listening through the pages, there is a few more. It seems to have been a travel journal of like a scout's journal of some sort. So might come in use, or you might leave it.
Oh
with
yeah,
the
he's definitely keeping it because any memento of his people, especially with his few, there is like it's proof of his people's existence and the things they did.
Right. And I guess the most obvious thing that you mentioned with 23 and 25 investigation is that there's a third hand, not Savage, just a loose hand on the floor.
Huh.
Does it look elven?
It looks
At a glance?
humanoid.
Humanoid, but like
Elvish hands, half human
Elven.
hands, and human hands
Yeah,
look
yeah,
very
yeah.
similar.
Yeah, but not like a dwarf or like a gnome or something.
No, it
or like a
doesn't
tiefling,
look
right?
like heavy, stout, or like short,
Yeah.
stubby. It looks like a medium-sized
Humanoid.
creature.
Yeah.
You know what? I suppose there's a very distinguished skin color, so it'd be fair for me to say it's dusk elf. Yeah, there's a dusky, dark skin color of elves. Yes.
That's not good. Well,
Let us hope that he had to chop it off to keep the poison from spreading, and he is somewhere in agony rather than dead.
yes. Well, I suppose we should make haste to start searching around the rest of this place.
Well,
The
let's keep
skinny one
looking
has
for your
opened the
man.
door to the west. I have not heard much noise, so hopefully, correct me if I'm wrong. I've not heard much noise, so hopefully that means it is also safe to be searched.
Only the noise of your companions. This place is the tomb.
Okay.
Okay.
Momentary respite. Let us go. And then he kneels down, and just puts a hand on Savid. I'm sorry I could not find you sooner, comrade.
Mhm. As you return to the room, you look back toward that wall you're facing. You see the fireplace, soot choked. You can see that the ember within sluggishly pulls bits of ash toward itself, as if it knows it won't survive much longer, but is unwilling to give up.
I will pull out a torch and put it next to the ember.
Drawn to that heat, it flares brighter.
Bernie's side towards it. No, I'm not lighting the torch. I'm basically giving the ember somewhere it can potentially jump to. They're trying to ignite from there.
The mote of fire, this mote of fiery mana, envelops around the torch and grows. The embers burst to life, growing furiously into a plume of fire around the torch. At its center, the fire assumes a shape, the shape of a small dragon with wings made of smoke. The flaming figure glows, like a peculiar white blue, and it feels cold instead of hot. It hisses, crackles, and unfurls its smoky wings. If you would only listen to the flames, you hear a voice speak. Everybody's into the music, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
My knights have fallen into darkness. Save them if you can. Show them the light they have lost.
The fiery dragon hisses as it addresses you, and then suddenly takes off, soaring past you in a flurry of cold air and choking smoke. It ascends into the ceiling of the room, southward and away toward the east, around the corner. There's a trail of ash and snow in its wake.
Moving around and gaining composure a little bit after a little bit of a startlement. It seems like we have our answer there. We can continue. There might be more to this place, or deal with the threat possibly now. But hopefully you have your answers now, dwarf.
Barely. So many answers I need. Brandar's just going to walk into the room, but we need to try and help find their man as well while we're here. He just steps in here and has a look around.
Right. You step into the parlor, looking around. You see tattered velvet drapes cover the tall, slender windows that encircle this parlor. The furnishings are covered with dust and cobwebs and lie in disarray. There's a damaged brass chandelier that hangs from the ceiling, which is covered with faded murals. The ceiling mural depicts metallic dragons and colorful birds flying beneath white clouds. Time and neglect has damaged the furnishings. It seems that over the years, Argynvsotholt has been gutted and looted. Now only remnants remain. There's a door, which the zombie has already placed 2 hands upon. He's learning.
Revolving.
Before we...
Right.
Is there actually books on here?
Yes, but some of them survive the ages. Let's see here. Miraculously, you find one book that has not succumbed to mildew and rot. It appears to be a book of schematics. This parlor, perhaps at some point, served as a barracks of some sort, maybe an archer's post, maybe somebody's workshop. The book, many of the pages are missing or ripped out or otherwise neglected, contains schematics to advanced weaponry of the dragon's army. Some you kind of glean from pages. Some weaponry called dragon eggs are essentially dragonfire grenades. One with the right tools might be able to recreate these. If only you had a prototype to compare the results. Perhaps somewhere in here, in this keep. There are other weaponry types. Your other subclass.
Yeah, he just stores it away for now.
Right. I want to leave it up to you to kind of describe your creations later and kind of say that they were in the book.
Yeah, in the
Wink,
book.
wink. Yes.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's not much else of value in this parlor. This place has been exposed to the ages, and you're not the first step foot in here. And perhaps not the first to step foot alive with loot.
So if I give this room a quick once over, we found blood in the other room. Is there any blood in this room?
No.
No.
How tall is the ceiling, Tom?
I have that. 1 second. It's pretty freaking tall. It's like 25 to 30 feet high. And ends in like a dome. With like a mural above. And then a chandelier by a long, long chain. The windows themselves are like long and horizontal. Made of leaded glass. By the way, get this. So Roll20 added, like, I can now have walls, and I can have one-way walls.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah, I can have walls you can see through one way, but not the other way. I just saw it now. It was neat.
Oh.
Yes.
Bye.
Well. Goes next door.
Yep.
Okay.
Through.
Jeb opens the door.
Sure. Jeb opens the door. Your butler liaisons you through. And if you walk over this way toward this part of the mansion, you'll see the grand hallway where the last of the people retreated. Anyways, you...
This is my strong hand.
Right. You see a long, long hallway of stone and sunlight, dim, gray, seems to stream through what looks to be an iron gate of some sort. Chained shut, closed off. The archway is closing off is about 10 feet tall and faces the north. There's a set of stairs you can kind of see as you approach this gate that descends downwards. And vegetation has grown over the gate over the years. The chest to your left, you look, where the lock once was, has been bashed. The wood splintered, the metal dented, as if some bludgeoning thing has hit it.
Is it able to open it?
Yes. It's just whatever lock kept it closed is no longer there. Opening it, you find it, unfortunately, I want to say empty. Yeah, no, there's not much. This place has been ramshackled and looted.
I'm just getting yours back.
You should do this by a while from the looks of it.
Shall we follow down this, or do you want to go back and check the room down the bottom?
Well,
We can. There does seem to be more of the house on that end, but this seems to be the direction that perhaps. This chest. How broken does it look? Like, or how recently broken? Like at a glance, is there like a lot of dust on the?
Yeah. There's dust on the metal on the upper bindings and such. Yes.
Okay, so it looks like it was broken a while ago. Okay.
I'm just curious what difference does it make.
More like if it was broken.
If there were any traces of recent movement, I would have told you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to go on the obvious path of.
The only obvious path is the one that you're making yourselves. Look behind you at the footprints upon the flagstones.
Well, I suppose the reason to potentially continue to search up here first is that there's things we saw last night on the other side of the house, primarily. Is this where we saw them?
I do not wish to run into any hostile elements just as of yet.
Right, let's get moving.
Skinny, lead the way.
Poor Jeb. He became firstly poor, and now he's a mongrel, literally.
No, he's a servant, technically.
Oh.
I think that's a worse fate
that's
for him.
Worse.
That's worse.
Would there be like any unique smells in the air or anything other than just like that of the
Dust
blood?
and blood.
Yeah.
I'll turn to Brent. So did you see that? Something just crossed down the way.
A shimmer of blue, a humanoid shape, floating inches from the ground.
One of your friends?
Yeah. I have not seen anything on the screen.
Oh, I caught it while it was moving.
It was a second. It's not.
Right.
Yes, there was a thing that moved across the screen in that.
Shimmer.
Quite possible. Who knows? I don't know if they can move through walls. Maybe.
Huh.
I didn't really ask.
Is this outside?
This is outside. The stairs leading downwards toward the mire, toward the battlefield that you passed before. Hey, this seems familiar. You walked these stone walls before, specifically this location. And eerily enough, almost like deja vu, you look toward Ramirez and get the unshakable sensation like you walked with this person before. No, not this person. Rahad.
I've done some makeup to try and make myself look less like Rahat.
Right.
Well,
You roll me a disguise kit roll? If you haven't, just do it in chat, I'll take a look. But yes.
sure.
The hallway proceeds onwards about 60, 70 feet more. But yes, that is the outside. The gate itself appears locked. Fair enough. Noted.
You could always wear his face.
I'm assuming charisma for the disguise kit, by the way.
Yes. Sure.
Okay.
Keep shut. We keep waddling. We're just going to burn the daylight. Let's keep moving.
Yeah.
Nice to know that if we need to run, there's a possible exit
Possible
way.
exit.
Exactly.
Yes.
Another closed door, swollen to its frame, but not locked by padlock or spell apparent. Jeb pushes the door open.
Unless anyone says otherwise, open the door.
Struggling and with muscles straining, eventually the zombie bashes through the door as it falls off its hinges onto the floor with a loud bang. You see
Jeb actually gets stronger as a zombie, funnily enough.
I'm gonna
tattered
record
brown
this.
drapes cover the windows of this circular servants' quarters. There's a heavy curtain that hangs across an archway to the south. Strewn about the floor is the wreckage of half a dozen beds and other pieces of furniture. Looks to be where the Lord's staff has been held up. I'm gonna save you time and say that there isn't much value left here, save for perhaps makeshift cover, should you require it. Outside, past the windows, you can see a graveyard enshrouded in mist, and a mausoleum on the very far end of that graveyard.
I don't think of value here. We should keep moving.
Question: windows open or windows open air, or do they have glass in them?
They have glass leaded upon them. Panes large enough for you to crawl through should they be shattered.
Yeah.
Is there anything above us?
You follow instinct, the prickling on your neck, and you look up and you see 8 arachnic legs made of brass. It's a chandelier, nothing above you.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah.
It's good paranoia.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let's
Yeah, I'll
keep
just
moving.
Yeah. I'll just keep my eyes up, look around.
Sure.
That's
Nothing.
noted.
Isn't this as remnants of a kitchen?
Yes. So, kind of stepping through what's supposed to be a closed curtain, but it's fine, it ruffles open, is a kitchen that has been plundered. Its table is overturned. The floor is littered with rusted utensils and smashed crockery. Narrow windows flank a hearth, and there's an open iron pot that hangs from a hook inside the blackened fireplace. Beyond is a set of double doors. Yonder.
I'm sure there was wonderful meals that was once cooked in here before.
Through the windows in the graveyard, do we see like anything moving? passing
Room
by?
me a perception as you look through the heavily leaded, kind of misted over windows.
Sure.
Yeah. You spot a single humanoid figure over yonder.
Okay.
It is tall, clearly armored. Seems to be standing with one shoulder sort of hunchbacked, and the other one sloped downwards. And it's holding what looks to be an enormous oversized mace that it's dragging behind itself as it looks over the yard for a moment and then turns around and lumbers through a set of stone doors that it easily pushes and closes. This figure was about 8-9 feet tall. Just lumbering, armored, helmed. Its face is missing the front gums, and its feet are exposed. And it looked, the one side of the helm was smashed in, and the other one was smashed outwards, with one white eye looking out before it turned and went into here, disappearing behind the tree branches and such. Other than that, the graveyard itself is desolate. You can see some of the graves are uncovered, and there's a mausoleum at the very, very edge of your vision, very disappearing in the mist. on the very far end of this. As you continue to carefully maneuver through the furniture while mounted. Yes.
Yeah. I imagine that she's crushing everything that passed through her.
If you need a reference, or do you like the theater of the mind, we'll just keep it like that for now.
Yeah.
Cool. She's
I always say, try not to break too much. This is already going to take a lot of mending.
I did the math of how much mending this place took to mend. 3 years, 7 months.
How many workers? Or...
2 casters with a crazy dream.
60 years.
84, yes.
Give me some corpses. I could. Give me a week. We can have an ever-growing workforce here.
Right.
Yes. Well,
Push open the doors
as enjoyable as this kitchen
Push open the door.
is, we should probably move on to the next room.
with a creak.
Keep moving.
The groan echoing the hall beyond is quite much larger. Careful where you step. This, you look beyond, dining hall, features a 20-foot long table with sculpted dragon for legs that stands in the center of this hall. The chairs that surround the table have backs carved to resemble folded dragon wings, and several of the chairs have been overturned or smashed to pieces. Suspended above the table is a crystal chandelier, glorious in its beacon-like glow. It glows with a soft white light. Magical, clearly. No natural flame burns this brilliant. Standing in the window alcoves are 2 life-size statues depicting knights with dragon-winged helms and shields. You hear rainwater trickle through the cracks in the ceiling, flowing down the west wall and adding to a large puddle on the floor. 5 sets of wooden doors lead to this hall. The doors in the northeast corner hang open. A pair of leaded glass doors, their panes cracked and broken, stand open between panels of stained glass set into the east wall. These panels depict silver dragons in flight. Beyond the glass doors lies a dark, misty room that appears to be a chapel of some sort. Those of you who are familiar with Arcane can tell that a continual flame spell has been cast on the crystal chandelier, giving it its glow. When was this cast? No idea, perhaps long ago, but it has never been dispelled and remained brilliant to this day.
Is there
Opulent. This.
like this is like the main room? Is there any other prints beside us from the dust?
Sorry, ask again. I'm going to turn down musical just a little bit down. What?
Sure. Is there like this is like the main room? Is there like any prints beyond ours?
There are several signs of movement, though faded, coming and going. But they're not fresh. They're dusted over as if from several days before.
Okay.
Yes. There's no blood as you continue to trail, possibly looking for Rhaenys.
I accidentally deleted my token.
You can put it back on the.
I think so.
I think I did. Okay, yes, there we go. Cool.
Am I on top of
I
you?
didn't know if you had did a. Suddenly everything goes black now.
Right.
Tom, how much vision are we supposed to see?
What
I mean,
you
I'm
see is
asking
what
for-
you see. That is a
Okay.
bright room, and I can describe what you see there in the distance. But what do you do first? You, who was caught by a hag with your mount last time. Step lightly. What do you do?
I'll tell to Ramirez to be careful. We're not alone anymore. And point to that room.
What you thought were more of those night statues that are quite lifelike but inanimate are in fact several figures within the chapel. This chapel of mourning. You see Cracked wooden pillars support a wooden U-shaped balcony that seems to shadow the entrance. Narrow archways lead to spiral staircases just beyond half-open doors on either side. At the very far end of the chapel rests a stone altar flanked by iron candelabras. The altar is carved with a rising sun bas relief. Tall, arcing windows set with the panels of stained glass decorate the walls behind the altar. One of the windows has been shattered, covering the chapel floor with shards of glittering glass and allowing a thick fog to rule and fill the room, almost obscuring these figures that you see. Through the fog, you see 3 armored figures kneeling before the altar. One of them is the one you just saw, hunched and humongous. The second one, even from the back, you can tell by the scales and the features, is dragonborn nature. And a third is a woman who, in her prayer, has her white hair draped on either side of her face. They seem to be kneeling with their swords, their weapons presented before them, before this altar.
Oh, they look like dead, though, technically. Like, all of
They
them.
look in tattered armor. If not dead, then heavily wounded. And from what you've heard, the living don't reside here anymore.
Yeah.
The 3 knights in tattered chainmail kneel in genuflection, their heads bowed in silence and prayer.
It kind of... It's like, kind of whispers, just be on your toes. I don't know what's going to happen.
You recognize
And,
them. I ask you, Rand.
They wearing like Brandar recognizes the sort of armor at least. On like one of them.
Only one of them, the central one, the Dragonborn one, wears armor seemingly like yours, but of a much, much, much higher rank. Specifically, that of a lieutenant. Of the order.
That's Ansel, maybe.
The lieutenants of the order were known as Talons by rank. Talon, central one. The other 2 seem to be wearing a collection of armor picked up from other places, or perhaps strangers who joined the order. They look like mercenaries wearing a clash of mismatch armor. You don't recognize.
Yeah, Brandar's just going to just walk forth and step in, but he's not going to say anything. They're doing their prayer. But he's not being quiet.
Sure, with your boots clanking upon the stone floor, you step forward into the light of the chapel. It is a glorious sight to behold. The knights, as you step closer, you can see their emaciated hands, indeed undead, grasping the hilt of their long swords embedded into the ground itself, embedded as if plunged into stone. Though through their tattered tabards, you see exposed rib cages and pale flesh, scarred by ancient wounds. Each rise at your approach, their feet grinding as they turn to face the chapel's entrance. You see one of the revenants is a pale-scaled dragonborn, as I described before, with black horns that curve toward the back of her head. Pinpoint pupils glow red with ill intent within the dark voids of their eye sockets. Another revenant appears to be a woman with long gray hair and black ritual bandages patched over her eyes. The third knight is a tall, bulky man The skin along the bottom half of his face has sloughed off, exposing long rotted teeth. His lower jaw hangs and swings with slack, and a long, rotten tongue dangles down the length of his throat. Their limbs crackle as these living dead grasp their weapons and begin to move forward. The undead dragonborn hisses, speaking in a voice like a drawn-out sigh.
Intruders.
What do you do?
He doesn't back off, but he just kind of like steps forth and just kind of like shows these like the emblem on like his wrist, just so they can see it. And I can't be an intruder if this is my home too.
And yet, you lead strangers into our house.
When he says that, I start casting mirror image, and I showed the image of Lord Gwynlyn. And when he was alive, not like in his revenant form, we're not strangers. We were invited by the Lord.
A traitor. Invited by a traitor.
It laughs.
And I just kind of, and I just hold his arm up to you and just goes, just kind of trying to get her to just come. Just like, the only reason they're here with me is so, because you're not the only ones here that we know of. There's other creatures here too. I just needed aid to get here.
Yes,
What?
we're his protection detail.
Do you seek
Keep him alive.
in the chapel of mourning?
I'm looking for whoever's left that is the highest rank of the order.
Our commander will echo that which I tell you now. Leave this place. We are the vanguard, keeping the shadows imprisoned. Over the ages, we have done so, stopping the likes of you.
She seems to point toward the rest of you.
What is your purpose in Barovia?
I'm here to bring back the order to what it once was, and to eliminate Strahd.
That burning rage in her eyes doesn't seem to sense. She is enveloped by an unnatural rage toward the name you just uttered.
Strahd. We are unrestorable, thanks to him. And so we will act as his jailers forever. You chase empty hopes, dwarf. This is your last warning. Leave. Do not return.
For one reason or another,
Speak.
this individual does not seem convinced in the same kind of conviction that you bear of restoring the order. Blinded by hate.
Casimir just shouts from the back. So, will you just lay down before Strahd then? I only wish for my people to continue. He has nearly succeeded in wiping us all out. I merely wish to continue. Do you accept oblivion? As long as my heart beats, I shall use every second I have left to ensure he has none.
Oblivion is all we have become, same as your people, Dusk Elf. You have chosen your fate when your blood intermittent and intermixed with the devil himself. Accept your curse as we accepted ours.
Where is your pride? I heard the warriors of Argynvsoth were a great, proud people.
She
Is this the enemy that you show your belly to?
Show our belly too.
She, at this point, draws a very, very long sword and drags it across.
Perhaps, if you refuse to leave, we can show you our might and our purpose. The first
what-
as jailers of Strahd, the second as cleansers of the likes of you, who think better than the will of Horngard.
A name.
Grandad obviously just says that he's like, I'm not only here to do it, I'm here to try and free you from this curse. During our travels, I have found a skull part of a skull, which I do believe is Argynvsotholt. It's in a safe location right now. I do not want you to be like this. I want you to be. I just need your aid to do that.
You will not find us disobeying the commandments placed upon us by our commander. We hold only one duty: vigilance against any who would break Strahd's prison. You speak of false hopes, a skull, a relic, useless. And even in use, should you succeed, it will only serve to free him from his suffering. Under our commandments, by our vows of enmity, we will not allow for that. Strahd must pay for his crimes.
At this point,
You
she
said-
gives you one last warning. Swords bared, her companions step forward, assuming hostile positions.
You say.
Did we work?
Sorry, what you say, Martin?
I'll turn to Brander and say it doesn't seem to be working.
He just
Plan?
kinda-
There is an
You just kinda
unnatural
listen to
rage. You're trying
Just-
for reason, but these things don't have it. Don't have the reason to see the hope that you so see.
You say that
Years. Mhm.
there is no hope in his actions, but he was able to cleanse part of the land. The hill on the west, well, the Goltayas tree was infecting the land, is no more thanks to him. You know, the mother, Baba Lisaga, the mother of Strahd, was slain thanks to him, and the swamp is no more. It only needs time and some of your help. We don't intend to liberate anyone from this jail. Just show you the light that your horn
You-
one wants you to see.
Cleanse the land. You play with things that you do not understand, ruining a very delicate balance. I see now. We cannot let you walk away, lest you continue your ways, lest you tip the scales and risk him being freed. We cannot let this
How does
happen.
weakening his power risk him being freed?
Death is freedom. He does not deserve death.
Almost like in a rage, Casimir just shouts, "He only deserves death, and a slow one at that."
If you want to imprison him, there are other ways to keep him at bay without sacrificing the lands and their souls in the process.
The woman to the Dragonborn's left lifts her head, gazing at you through blind eyes, and says, "We have our commands, I am sorry. And she casts a spell. Roll for initiative. These things follow the commands of the commander. They're just... I'm gonna say this. I really love your roleplay, guys. I'm not trying to railroad. This is just how it should go.
Yeah.
I get it. So, like it's what Jeb did with Kavan.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
an impossible. It's like arguing with a brick wall. I get it.
With
But we're
these
like,
guys,
we're trying
they're
to talk, we're
clearly
trying to talk
blinded
to
by
them.
some unnatural hate. I'm gonna go ahead and put... Oh,
yeah,
shit.
they are blinded. I
Yes.
think everyone get it.
It's still worth talking to them though. At least I will feel less bad for
Still information,
either
right?
kill.
They are coming back, by the way. They're revenants, so
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
know
not-
if it's in a day or a week, but they're coming.
So Brandar, sounds like we just have to get you a couple promotions, and then you can just order these people what to do.
Yeah, it really is that simple.
So,
Oh, I roll.
you asked about the uniforms. Taking a closer step now, you can see that the Dragonborn bears the uniform of commander of a talon. The woman, though clad in mismatched uniform, still bears a insignia featuring dragon wings, a lesser rank, that of a healer. And the brute to the Dragonborn's right does not bear any rank and seems to be just stupidly gurgling with laughter at the sight of you. Doesn't seem to be even capable of speech. Just giving you, Brander, things you would know from History of the Order off the bat without rolling. But I believe if you guys roll your initiative, how are we doing for time? How are we feeling?
I'm good.
I have time. I mean,
It's good.
Yeah.
Does anybody
That
need a
should be
break?
alright.
No.
Okay.
Uh,
Then
well,
top of-
alright.
only 1 minute to get some water. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I figured. We've been at this for a couple hours. I'll be right back. I am just gonna go ahead and get a water as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab water then too.
Since I buffed the shit out of Zavik last time, Ramirez, do you want to feel buffed? Or should I put that eye to good use?
I think putting that eye to good use should be fun.
Or, I mean, I have two of them. Worst case scenario. I mean, it's a level. Haste is 3. Enlarge reduces 2. So worst case scenario, if shit goes wrong, I can summon, or I can buff you after the summon goes down.
Yeah. And besides, I'm reasonably self-sufficient in terms of buffing.
I'll say
I
this.
go big.
I'm not a big fan of ever reloading characters. In fact, the module says, as soon as characters walk into the kitchen, the revenants attack. And I'm like,
What?
But
Okay.
I like that they tell that like you were. At
I
least
want to give you
able
guys
to
like an
tell us-
opportunity. I get that like these things are hostile and they're giving you an opportunity to fuck off out of their keep. Most likely you're gonna refuse
but
anyway. Might as well give you some information.
But you also gave us. You also essentially told us that they view
Information.
death. Yeah, death is freedom,
Yes.
which is a different view than we've gotten so far.
Yes.
That-
We know that Winling is a traitor to their eye, so we don't use him anymore.
You guys mentioning that you're like dealing with the Fanes and stuff seemed to have angered them. That's what really pushed me into like, oh, I'm rolling for combat.
and I got like I got pushed that they're essentially in his eyes keep like being a bulwark to keep Strahd alive,
They're the reason why Strahd was alive all these years, in your eyes.
or you know like they're keeping people from killing. Not that
That's
he
what I'm
needs the
saying.
help, but they're
That's- if there was ever hope to kill Strahd, it's being extinguished
by
because
these
of these
guys, yeah.
guys.
so they're like irreconcilably against Casimir. So he would attack and was going to if you didn't roll initiative. Like, oh, they're keeping him alive. No, these people have to die.
Yes.
I'm glad you rolled initiative first because I would have felt bad if I started combat on this because you like I was like 5 seconds away from.
You role play your
Casimir
character
doing
as you
something
will.
stupid.
Also love it the fact that you're all the way over there. You're just all the way 90 feet away, learning your lessons. Not starting off as a tank. So what do we have finished?
I mean, this is going to be real good for your two zombies. I'm sure they're going to do something useful in this encounter.
Are we all back?
Wait, where is Jeb? Oh, Jeb's all the way. Jeb was waiting to open the door to the south. Oh, he's
Bro.
never gonna do anything.
Like in life.
Useless.
Jeb just starts lighting the whole place on fire with his torch.
Burn it.
If Ivan is back
Burn it.
and we're all back, let's start. Let's not lose any time.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Top of the
I'm going to. I'm going to rage.
Are you sure?
And yes. Why would you ask that?
I'm joking about that.
Okay. No, I'm going to rage. I'm going to take the big guy. I'm already sizing him up because I'm a little bit smaller than him. I'm like 7'6". But when I rage, I get to get fast move, or excuse me. Oh, you aren't wearing heavy armor. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I already got that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I rage, I get an extra half my bonus to movement speed, so I can move up to 60 total. And
You're not wearing armor, right? I assume you were just like
Nope.
shirtless, or like had like.
yeah, I
rags
just
or
have
whatever.
Tatters.
yeah, just no, yeah,
All right,
tatters.
you
Yeah.
charge through the pews, through the wreckage, kind of clasping like your limbs clasp the pillars and use them to push off toward the big guy. Yep.
So I'm raging. I let out like a bestial roar, and in my sense, I'm actually going to go with the tail form. So as I'm like running and everything, a tail starts to like stretch out. It's kind of like a basilisk's tail. It's like long, a little bit thicker, spikes, very like a dark, like maroon color. And then I'm going to use my 2 attacks against him. And there's my battle axe, and that's silvered if that matters. So 1 and 2.
So the second one, the first one, he catches your hand and with that pushes you aside, but you use the momentum of the push to swing around again, and you manage to cleave him. He's wearing tattered, broken chainmail, easily slices through it and meets flesh. So 7 slashing.
Correct. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I didn't have my rage damage on, so that's another 9 total.
9 total.
I forgot to click the button. Yeah, 9 total. And that's everything I can do.
Fair enough. We have Aya's mount.
Okay. We dash. Huh?
You just have
I only-
one initiative for both of you, kind of thing.
Yeah, I did that. Do you want
Okay.
me to roll twice, or?
Well, the mount acts on your initiative, not you act on the mount's initiative.
Okay, sorry about that.
You might just get higher initiative because you have better dexterity than the mount. I'll just give you the higher of the two.
Yeah.
Sure, you 16 or 8 for you. That's fine.
Okay.
Beats whatever.
So we start dashing, and we push through Ramirez. And careful, don't smash Mac.
Okay, it's gonna be
Uh,
difficult terrain moving through friendlies, but you can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying dashing.
Mhm.
And seeing as the spellcaster was doing something, I run to her and I unsheath the lightning sword and attack her.
Sure. You see a sheet of scales through the air in front of her, silvery white. But as you approach her, it fades as she panics and draws her hand back. Her eyebrows lift into peaks. You slash. Go ahead and roll.
10
A 10.
and
She
19.
clasps her hand in front of her, and you see the scales materialize before you, catching your blade as a shield generates.
The second attack hit? Or...
Yes, you actually managed to shatter through this magical shield, pushing through it. Yeah.
Okay, and as soon as I hit her skin, I smite her. So, 3d6, I imagine, because she is a.
She is clearly undead. Yes.
Yeah. So, 8 radiant damage.
Radiant.
Additional. So, 17, 20 damage total.
Don't forget your sword has special.
Ah,
stuff.
yeah, 1d6. Yeah, you're right. It's weird. It should have rolled it by itself, but okay. 23 total damage. The last one is lightning. 3 lightning.
Sure.
Resistant.
Yeah, you right now have your roll for lightning just set to equals 0.
Okay. Let me work on that.
Anything that your mount does?
No, that's all. Like, she dash.
She dashed, doesn't actually correct.
Yeah.
Alright, the Dragborn in the center of yonder lifts her longsword in 2 hands and charges at. Okay, cool. Roll 20. You can just crash on me once my turn. That's fine. You got a moment. Oh, cool, man.
I'm gonna roll again just to see if it works.
Sure, yeah, go for it.
Okay, cool.
Alright, I'm back. Opening sheet. You who cleanse the land, says the Dragonborn as she charges forward with her longsword, will be first to fall for your crimes. Thus I vow. She is gonna go ahead and do longsword attack. Flash go one if there's attack to grant an eye, a weapon attack which is used during their reaction. No, that's fine. Is an action or an attacks once with its longsword, wielding the weapon with both hands and dealing slashing damage on a hit. As a bonus action, they feint an attack, choosing the creature within 5 feet of the target. They have advantage on the next attack. Roll against the creature. The weapon makes the second attack with the longsword. It hits those additional attack. Alright, so the first one does a 15 hit.
No, it's attacking me or Elena.
It's attacking you.
It missed.
Okay. Goes for a fainting attack, gaining advantage. Oh, is an action or an attack? Does not need to hit. Okay, so it can just feint with advantage.
Ooh, I don't like this.
19 to hit.
Miss.
Okay, you manage to parry both strikes as it locks blade with you. Right. Brandar, it is your turn.
Yeah, he's just gonna shout, I don't want to do this, but I will not leave until I speak to your commander, and he's just gonna move forward. Let's double check my movement again.
Sure thing.
25. Move forward 15 feet, and he is going to take 2 pop shots with a pepper box at this one.
Natural 20 hits.
Nice.
But still one. Still just for 7.
Fueled and angered by the injustice that seems to be happening here. That is against 2. This one?
Yeah.
The shot penetrates the pew. The rotten wood splinters as it meets center point and flesh. For a total of 7.
Yeah, for that one, yeah.
Okay.
And the next one, that's 11 hit.
No. She turns around and reflexively, after taking the first shot, rebounds the bullet coming out of a pepper box and assumes a defensive stance. kind of keeping an eye on both of you. Her attention split. Anything else?
That'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. I wonder why your spray is automatic on the same attack. I guess I made that. So you battled the big guy over yonder, and let me just read. Everybody, they each have their own shindig.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that feint attack. It's painful.
The feint attack didn't even do much. He just hits like a truck.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay. All right. So
New character?
He eats Zavik in one bite.
Zavik, you see a gargantuan arm grab you. 22 to hit. Grabs you, grapples you. 22?
I'm gonna use my reaction and use my tail defensive maneuver.
Right, to try and deflect the hand. 17 plus your 1d8.
Yes. Never mind.
18. No, he actually grabs you by the tail and just laughing, gurgling, begins to drag you as he uses his bonus action to dash. Charger. Wait, bonus action to when they use that. Oh, I see.
It's
Baba
only
charge.
to-
Baba uses a dash action to double his movement. Gets 2 action. Oh, I can't use it. Sucks. Whatever.
Oh.
You're grappled by him, and he's gonna go ahead and move at half his speed, charging in this direction over yonder. Enough? 16. It's gonna be about here. Yes. Dragging you with him across the floor, and because he gets 1 attack, he gets a second one. He's gonna go ahead and hit. All within reach? Sorry, I'm reading this. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not. I don't mean to like react to nothing.
Is
Like,
a cleave attack?
yeah.
He has a reach of 10.
Revenant attacks twice with his gun, holding on both hands, dealing damage on to every creature. Ah, cool. I'm attacking my own people. That's fine. Laughing, he just slashes you first and then goes in a round motion, cleaving. It's gonna be a nobody. A 9 to hit. Okay.
No. I was gonna
Big
say,
ol' empty.
do we have advantage? No, I'm joking.
Okay.
This is where you hear him just shouting, "Baba, you idiot! You nearly hit us!"
You just hear it. They fight suicidal. Casimir.
Yeah.
They don't have any
apologize,
stakes. in
DM.
death.
I need you to give me another token. I'm going to put the Eye of Baba Yaga to good use. You hear Casimir like mutter to himself and flip through his book, and then he shouts, "Magic forces black and white, reaching beyond space and light. Through this power I set free, blood to blood I summon thee." And I cast Summon Aberration. I summon a Star Spawn.
I thought you were doing the demon, and I was like, oh my god, I'm super bad position.
I summon a demon Star Spawn right here.
What's a star spawn? Can you send me a link?
It's Aberrant Spirit stat block.
Oh, Aberrant
yeah.
Spirit. Okay. I was like,
Yeah,
you
it's one
don't
of the-
summon a star spawn if that's what I think it is, because you can't summon CR17 creatures.
Well, so it's I can
it's
either
an
summon
aberrant.
a Slod, a Beholderkin, or
Hold on.
a Star Spawn.
Yeah, no, it's the same stat block. I have it under your
No, it's
party,
not the same.
Casimir, Undead Spirit, was it? It's one of these?
No, I have Undead Spirit, Aberrant Spirit. So these are the two big ones I switch between.
Oh,
The Necromant. This is why he wanted the eye. He wanted to cosmic horror his enemies. This is why. he
Yeah,
needed
no, I
the
get
eye.
it. I'm just trying to. Maybe I don't spell aberrant right.
Aberr.
Aberrant Spirit, there it is. All good. Cool.
I want to see that picture. I have never seen
I
it.
don't have a picture because it's 3 creatures in one, but we can certainly
3 creatures
make
in-
one. I can.
You can describe it for me, please, Jeff?
Yeah.
Or
Uh,
yeah, sorry.
Oh no, I'm picturing. I'm trying to find a good picture of what I view this guy looks like.
Well, it's in your control, and you may put it wherever you want. What size is it?
It is I think it's
Medium aberration.
It's a medium aberration.
So you may put it on a map wherever it spawns. Yeah, it's in your control.
So as Casimir summons this creature, just as aberrant spirit, but you see this roiling mass of flesh with arms and tentacles. It barely has any bones. I figure it looks something like this. Just something between like pure muscle and just tentacles everywhere as it reaches forth and attacks. Actually, it goes directly after me. So with my bonus action, the boys are going to run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2.
We're now
3,
playing
4.
Bloodborne.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. He's gonna make it, guys. He's gonna do something. I promise you. Okay. Aberrant Spirit is going to. Please tell me I don't have the fucking. Okay. 2 psychic slam attacks against the big one. Actually, against the healer. Fuck it.
Go for it.
Nice.
Nat 20 and a 5.
Nat 20 hits. A 5 does not.
So that is 9 plus 4. That is so 13, and then these two need to make me wisdom saving throws. Big boy and healer girl need to make me wisdom saving throws. Fail?
Come on. They each have their own sheet, so just bear with me. There we go.
Are they gonna be frightened for any reason?
No.
Okay, cool.
Bubba succeeds somehow. So they
So dumb,
if
he's
they fail their
wise.
saving, they take so 2d6 psychic, so 8 psychic damage.
And it's just like an
just
aura.
take 2d6. Yeah, everyone within 5 feet, so stay
Gotcha.
away from it. As it's attacking this healing lady, you just see this aura of madness emanating from this creature as Casimir just shouts, "Stay away from it! I can't fully control it." As I control it.
Meanwhile, just like kill me.
Skinny, make yourself useful. That's my turn.
Okay, Ramirez.
Okay, I will go ahead and move up to here. Bonus action, I will cast Hex on. Does the healer have cover from me from creatures in the way right now?
Yeah,
Believe it would.
like
So I will cast it.
or- yeah.
Yeah, I will cast Hex on the silver dragon person.
Okay. Next.
And Hex did not actually display. Where's my? There. Hex will actually display. And then I will grab the amber stone on my as part of my belt thing, and I will go ahead and cast 2 Eldritch Blasts at this same guy just hexed. So 14.
If 14 hits, penetrates the tattered armor, the 13 is perfect. Both hit.
Okay, so that's 20 points of damage, although that's split between necrotic and force, if that matters.
I bear witness to it. Yes.
And with that, I will go ahead and draw my sword, and that's my turn.
You see the force damage actually manage to cave in the sternum, and then the necrotic does take hold, but not as effective as you would imagine against the living. The undead seem to be resistant to this damage. The blackness doesn't spread as far and quickly heals up.
That's
Okay.
all I got.
In response to that, you see the blinded caster begin to chant a spell under her breath and twins a shield, one to each of her companions. Divine Soul Healer. Bonus action, twin spell cast, shield, choosing up to 2 charge, concerning spell, duration, shield shapes, enveloping wings. A pair of enveloping wings takes form around the 2 of them. Right, and then just strategy for DM from there, whatever. Okay. So that's that. Anything else on your turn, Rexalium? That's your... Yes, okay, cool. Against Ea, I have 2 longsword strikes from the cleric. 1 for 7, 1 for 17.
Miss.
Miss. Continue with your parries. Javik, top of a round.
So with Shield Master, could I shove him back to break the grapple possibly and prone him? Or do I have to use a whole action to break grapple?
If you hit, yeah. You're using the action to shove him, right?
Well, no, because with Shield Master it says.
Put it in chat. I want to read it.
Yeah,
thanks.
The rule is funny with
Hold
Shield
on, where's it
Master.
at?
If
you take the attack action on your turn, yeah.
So you're already using an action. Yeah.
No, it says if you take the attack action on your turn, you can use a bonus action to try to shove the creature within 5 feet.
If you shove him.
Okay.
You're using your bonus action, and then regardless of what happens, you're still attacking.
Right. So bonus action to shove.
Yeah. If you take the attack action, you must take your attack action first. You can't shove then attack. Because then you'll just be able to attack prone targets every turn.
Yeah, and they say like you have to finish like all your attacks to use the shield shove, but
well, I mean, yeah, your both attacks. No, you don't have to. You can split your attacks between.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then forget it.
I believe so.
So he has to attack to start his attack action, and
right.
then he can proc.
You can move between attacks. Why wouldn't you be able to use a bonus action between attacks?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
It's kind of
so,
HP stuff, yeah.
So just a one-handed attack with the slashing axe still. 24. That'll do 11.
Against your grappler, yep.
Yep, and then I'll use the shove, and then that'll be just a athletics then, right, for me?
With advantage?
Because it's not an attack.
It's a special attack, yes. It's
okay.
Your athletics versus his
strength or athletics.
Wrath of Argynvsotholt. Strength.
In athletics or acrobatics.
Is it? It's not saving throw, is it? It's just check and test.
No, I think it's just a
But because you're raging, you have advantage on all strength checks. So roll
that's
again,
true.
you might roll higher.
I gotta get that advantage on.
Yeah, but
there we go.
You shove him.
Okay.
Because he can't.
So I shove him.
Yep.
Oh, I was gonna say because I shove him prone, get the one axe in.
Prone
use
or
the
shove?
shield to like. Prone.
Prone. Okay. Okay.
And then once he's on, I'm gonna overhand swing for the last axe attack.
Advantage.
Only 11.
Because he's prone.
Yep. 26.
Hits.
Yeah, that's another 9. So that's a total of 20.
Yep.
And that'll be my turn.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna move a little bit from her, like getting some distance from the dragon, and trying to cut her hands. I'm gonna swing my sword twice. Does an 18 hits?
If you move away from his reach while you're mounted, whatever, I'll...
But
it depends what you view. It depends what you view.
No, it's
like
it's subjective. She moves out of his reach because he's not within melee to hit her now. but with that mill you hit her mount from where she is.
That makes sense.
Right?
Uh,
I mean, I was-
we have to read like the rules, but I think I'm in his reach still. I'm not sure. I have to check.
If he has a
I thought it
10-foot
was
range.
Alright, I thought it was if they can hit your mount, they can hit you.
Yes, exactly. If they can hit the mount, they can.
you
hit
occupy the
but-
mount space,
but I
is
don't
what we're
remember that
essentially
for-
saying? That's what we're saying?
I
Yep.
believe that's how I thought it was, but I haven't
Okay.
looked that up in a very long time.
Yeah, I can check it if you want. If not, disengage Elena. It doesn't matter. Yeah, disengage Elena. Okay.
Also, I'm pretty sure
But she can only
proning
do that on her
somebody.
turn, which goes
Also,
after you,
not
though,
not
doesn't
to
it?
kind of argue one rule after another, but I'm pretty sure proning somebody does not break grapple. Tripping character while it's grappling just means that it is prone and grappling still.
Yes, I think that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
it.
But him being so he's like holding on to Zavik's ankles for dear life and still like keeping
Tail,
his speed
yeah.
0.
But he's prone. He does get prone. Yes, Zavik's
Okay.
speed 0. Anyway, yeah. So what was it? 18
Yes, 18
and
hits.
a 14 do hit. Yes.
Okay, that's 7, 8, 12, 14. Sorry, the 14 hits too, or only the?
The 14 hits as well.
Okay, yeah, 12 damage, and I'm gonna smite one of those. 25 total damage.
Nice. Ooh.
I think she has to do 2 concentrations, right? Or it's only one per turn.
Which is the one you're smiting
per-
on?
No, it's per hit. So
Yeah.
concentration save.
I will say like the last one, just to.
So,
You managed to save.
you son of a bitch.
She holds on,
Um,
like the tethers, that the silvery threads keep on extending outwards. If you move that way, I'm gonna put her. I'm gonna take an opportunity attack, man.
No, I'm disengaging with Alina.
Cool.
That's,
Okay. Fair enough.
So to
Mountain combat. That's good.
trying to get some distance from the claw monster, but now that I think so, he's gonna attack me either way. So yeah.
Right. It was 13 smite damage. Noted.
Yeah.
Okay then. The Hex Dragonborn is gonna go ahead and which one are you? You're the Talon. Okay. Go ahead and
Oh, real
go
quick too.
flank.
Bubba loses 10 feet of movement from Slasher.
Can I do this? Yes, I can. Slasher. He's
10
Poked.
feet
All right.
of movement.
taking a flanking stance. The Dragonborn is gonna go ahead with 2 advantageous longsword strikes now that he is flanking. So it's gonna be a 15 and a natural 20.
No on the natural 20. I am cloud ruining that.
So do I have to like reroll it?
No. Cloud rune is a whole lot worse. Cloud
Yes,
rune
it's
reaction.
silly.
When you or a creature you see within 30 feet is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to invoke the rune. Choose a different creature within 30 feet of you, other than the attacker. That creature is hit instead. Same roll. So, he's
Bruh.
hitting his mage buddy.
Damn.
Okay.
Save.
Natural 20. He's critting the
The
mage buddy.
sword swings towards you, about to cleave you at the neck, and you see it turn to mist. And then the same sliver of mist appears feet away, right next to the blind caster, as she gets slashed for a natural 20. Getting hit for a... Not for faint damage.
That's like
I think
49.
34 only.
49.
No, it's 34. No faint damage, because...
oh,
Cloud rune is so good.
Concentration 34.
I get one shot at it per rest, but
It's amazing. I love
I mean,
that.
that's
class.
phenomenal.
The
It is
shield, the shimmering shield,
disgusting.
gets shattered into many, many scales, like broken glass, as she loses concentration and takes that damage.
How is she looking, by the way?
Bloodied.
Okay.
She looks bloodied from the strike, and angrily he lifts his eyes, but doesn't seem concerned at the friendly. It just screams, "Fight on!" and goes for that second strike. Then the advantageous 15 hit the barbarian. No, 17.
The 15 does not.
No, you manage to actually somehow roll out of the way as it cleaves against stone and gets dragged back with a spark streak. He's gonna maintain his position there. Brandar, it is your turn.
Yeah, I'll be able to get right up to him. Okay. Yeah, Brando's just going to move right up to him, and yeah, he's just going to just launch the thunder gauntlets towards him.
Just running fist first into him. Right?
Yep. 11, I guess that one.
It does hit, but there's no back rebound as she just maintains her steadfast stance. But you can go ahead and go for a real back if you want. And
I'm pesh.
against their bottom armor. Alright. Well, that caught our attention.
Yeah, that'll be the end of it.
Okay. Big ol' Bubba. It's just movement speed, is
Bubba.
it? Bubba. He's gonna go ahead and use half his movement to stand up. But it's half. His movement is reduced by 10. Till the start of your turn, is it? Or till what?
Until the start of my next turn.
Okay, fair enough. So Baba essentially has 5 feet of movement left.
I think he has 10. If he started with 30, because it's cut 10, then half of his movement, so he has 10 left. Because
that's
10
whack.
cuts is from the start.
That's whack. All right.
What it is it
fine.
takes half the time you're moving to stand up.
But I think he means because he's grappling Savik, that he has 5. So
No, also
yeah.
that, yeah. Like if he has to move and still grappling Javik. It's fine. I'm gonna stay where I am. I'm pretty. I can move out of the aberrations range and keep Javik there, grappled. Let's keep this simple, shall we? $17 and 12 to hit against.
I'm gonna use my reaction for my tail.
Okay.
I succeed.
Jesus. That's 23 AC. Okay. So you managed to actually parry the blade and redirect it toward the Dragonborn as the reckless Claymore strike cleaves for that. 17 does hit. For how much damage? 11. Okay. Into the Dragonborn.
I don't think it directs the attack though. I just get a bonus
it's just
to...
what he does. He
has
attacks
a cleave.
everybody within 5 feet
Oh,
of him.
okay.
So
Gotcha.
I'm just flavoring stuff. Cool.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Cool.
Cool. And that's that. Casimir.
Casimir is going to move a.
He's the big dumb.
Yeah. Okay. First things first. Milosh is going to run a bit further. Boop, 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 boop. And
Smart.
Milosh is being the faster skeleton, not all that flesh to slow him down, is going to stab with a silver rapier. Massive 6, doesn't matter. And the zomboys are going to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is that
They're
their
getting
marching? Their marching cries.
They are. They're dashing as
Right.
fast as they can. They're trying, guys.
One cookie.
They smell meat.
Cookies.
And against against the healer, Casimir only understands magic, not brawn, so he's going to step 1, 2, 3, 4. not getting too close to the fray, and cast Toll the Dead on her.
Ooh.
She did really poor on her wisdom save last time. I don't know why that's that. Change it to an attack.
Interested attack, okay.
Sorry, I
Oof,
thought
20.
it was an attack. 0. And at the end of my turn, directly after me, the aberrant spirit. I need her to make another wisdom saving throw.
And
Also a
natural 20.
success. Also a success. However, the aberrant spirit is going to psychic slam her twice. Star spawn with its mass of limbs. 18 and 2.
18 hits.
Okay, that's 9 psychic damage.
9?
9 total.
Makes my brain hurt. Okay.
As it swings, you just see like mouths open up all over the tentacle that attacks her,
Arcane,
and
she
you
can
just hear, like, a loud
resist.
scream
She
sound.
shields her mind from your spells and just whispers a prayer in memory of him. But the apparition is something otherworldly. It just screeches and just goes all berserk. You're not even sure if it's under your control still.
It's just reeing into her mind nonstop.
Fucking normies.
Ramirez.
Okay, so 1. I will move to there. Believe that gives me
You're
flanking against the guy.
Milos is
So
helping.
I'm assuming Milos counts, because I've probably done this before.
He's not the fastest, but he's a good distraction.
Yeah. I will go ahead and take 2 hacks with my longsword. 19 to hit.
Mhm.
And 24 to hit.
Both hit.
Is that advantage?
Oh, those are not at advantage. I should have been rolling those at advantage. Oops. So,
24 for the first, I guess.
yeah, and I will actually set the toggle to advantage. There's the second attack. 21.
Yep.
Good work, Milos.
So a total of...
Not total.
8
Give
of
me
that
give me
is
the separate ones. Necrotic damage.
Yeah.
Have.
So it is 8 necrotic and 23 slashing.
Doing math. Okay. How do you bloody him?
I'm just impaling him with the sword, and then twirl it around and slash through and cut from right shoulder to left hip. Right
You leave
down
a
across his
wide
body.
gash that begins to bleed outwards. While you do so, you can see the blackened miasma of the necrotic damage take hold, then fade, and then the flesh begins to stitch itself back together ever so slowly.
Yeah. And I will. Sorry, I'm trying to decide which way I want to go. I'm gonna go ahead and trigger Hill Rune. So the rune on my belt glows, and I gain benefits. So I have resistance to damage for 1 minute.
Please do track that.
Yep.
Okay.
I think you say like we can put numbers to emojis, right?
Yes. However you wish to track it. All right. Once again, you can see the caster cast her shielding spell, attempting to shield her other 2 allies. She's gonna go ahead and use that as a bonus action. the scales take hold, sheathing them in draconic scales, and 2 draconic wings sprout and just envelop them. This one, where's my big guy? What are you laughing at?
Check Discord.
I think Jeb is on it.
Yeah,
Or-
Trot is
God damn
on
it.
fire tonight.
Casimir.
The fact that Rune Knight gets to basically grab a whole bunch of other folks' abilities and use them.
Yeah.
I get him once per rest, but
Yeah, you get it 4 times per day. That's nice.
yeah, I'm a little bit more durable.
20 and 18 to hit against that Burn Spirit.
Both easily hit.
So I'll be slashing damage, 16 plus 18 for a total of 34.
Still up magically. Very bloodied. It rees in a loud, high-pitched scream from mouths that keeps growing and like melding into its flesh.
Foul aberration. Told you, they're evil. Strangers all. Be gone.
She's gonna keep at it as Javik takes his turn. Still grappled by your tail by Bubba, who's just laughing all the while. I'm gonna Hulk smash you on the other side. I'm just gonna whip you around.
I'm going to attack Bubba once with the battle axe. Actually, I have a question. If I was to break up my attack, could I use my my freaking battle axe once and then use like my tail for another, or does it have to all be from the same?
I think you can change weapons between attacks.
Okay. So I'm gonna attack him. I'm gonna attack Bubba. Oof.
You have advantage on Bubba because he's prone, right?
He's no longer
No.
prone. He stood up.
No longer
No,
prone.
that's right. He stood up. So just the 10. Probably not.
And you're attacking with
and
your tail.
then-
What's the second one?
No, so then I'm gonna break it up. I'm gonna shove him actually 5 feet away from me and try to break the grapple. That I have advantage on. 25.
13.
Get the fuck out of here.
You
You
shove
push
him, breaking
5
the gravel.
feet. Yeah, you push 5 back.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my free tail, spin around, and hit the cleric with it. It has a reach of 10. And that's me. That is me tail attack. Oh!
That hits true.
Beautiful.
What's my total damage?
I can't do math.
15.
15.
15. She manages to maintain the shields the scale shields, but that she does receive to 50 damage as she struggles against aberration and you. Tentacles and tails all around. Bad time.
I just let out like a bestial roar again, and that's my turn.
Yeah.
Okay, now that she's giving me the back, Elena is gonna try to impale her with her... Oh yeah, that's
What the
nice.
fuck? Why is rolling so good? Alright.
God
yeah.
damn.
So, how do I roll damage? Why is not rolling damage?
I'll press it. It's okay.
Yeah, thank you.
9.
On that lady, she got hit. Oh no, it's not a slashing attack. My bad. Never mind.
That's include the critical already, right? Yeah.
Yes. Managed to maintain
And-
the spell, but suffers damage.
Well, she's being pinned down by Elena. I'll slash her twice.
Is this advantage? Is the
Yes.
aberrant spirit giving advantage?
Well, I imagine it does.
It
Yes,
does. It does, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my, I rolled my damage bad last time. Okay, 13. 19. And I smite once more one of the attacks.
You make a fatal blow before you smite.
Okay.
So you can save a spell slot. How do you want to do this?
Well, like I said, Elena impaled her, and she's lifting her in the air, and while she's floating, I'll stab her through the back, and some lightning is gonna start coming out her body.
And she just fries there. And when the lightning finally stops crackling, you can see the limbs hang loose, and she drops the sword as the aberration directs attention otherwise. What do you do with the body?
I drop it. I don't.
Okay.
Like, yeah. The
shield's
I
dropped.
only reposition myself a little bit. That's it. Done. That's the turn.
Curse you, felling one of our own. By the order of Argynvsotholt, I vow vengeance upon you.
Bellatrix, Talon is gonna go ahead and cast Vow of Enmity. Give me a moment. Make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Me? Okay.
Yes, you, Aya, sorry. Vow of Enmity, it's a 12.
Yes. That's
You
right.
feel the glare paralyze you in place upon your mount. You are absolutely overtaken by fear of this face which you will not soon forget. Vow of Enmity, and it's gonna go ahead and charge away from the rest of you. So if you want to take your opportunity attacks, you may. But it's suicidally charging toward Ea. It's gonna go over the altar and leap for a strike, going down this path.
Yeah, sure. Well, 24.
That hits.
Esla.
And it will also now have disadvantage on the attack against her.
It's fine.
Yeah, I'll take the 1.
Okay.
Yeah,
And it'll be 10 damage.
21 has hit as well for 10.
10 for me.
Okay.
And I'll take a stab as well. It darts out 14 only.
$14 does hit. Now that shields are down, you actually manage to sneak in a strike for an additional 10.
So, yeah, 2 of that is necrotic.
Yes. And you notice that the old scars the old wounds have become some scars, fresh and healing over. But you do manage to coordinate your attacks as he passes through, and with a raging war cry, leaps over the altar and strikes you, Ea. So we have paralysis. Yes.
My aura should it should have been like a 15 wisdom saving throw. I don't know why it's not including the +3 of the paladin.
What are you talking about?
The roll.
Yeah.
The wisdom saving throw against Vow of Amenity should have like a +3. I see what happened. I roll a straight wisdom instead of a wisdom saving throw. Okay, cool.
So what did you roll for the roll?
15.
Okay, that saves.
Okay.
Okay, so not paralyzed. I don't have to worry about that. Nonetheless, gonna go towards you. 1 and not within range.
Miss.
And 10 misses as well. Okay.
Yes.
Very unfortunate. Brandar.
Yeah. Too far away from her now. So yeah, he's just. Is the big guy prone or is he just still
He's standing up.
Yeah, so he's just gonna run up to the big guys. What? Or actually, we should. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that. Yeah, I'm going to take 2 pulp shots.
Take aim.
First, 16.
Hits.
10. Second, 11 for 12.
Trying to correct your aim from the rebound, you shoot again and actually misses and pierces the window behind it. You can hear the window shatter and the bullet rebound somewhere off against stone. The 10 does hit though.
Okay, and that will be the end of my turn.
I'm just reading stuff. Okay. Bob is going to charge into the fray at the center here, and is just going to take 2 huge swings, just berserk swings all around. Let's go.
10-foot range?
It is a 10-foot range, yes.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So if it hits, it
It's
hits.
only 13. 13 damage.
That's 1 plus the amount of damage that Ramirez's speech took away.
And a single second spin around. Doesn't hit. Overswings, and he actually gets his claymore momentarily stuck in one of the wooden beams, and has to spend the rest of the time trying to get it out. So if it hits you for 13, it hit. Otherwise, that's the end of my turn.
Yep.
For
That's just normal slashing, right?
yes,
Yeah, so I'm resistant to
a
that.
very rusted, almost cleaver-like claymore. Yep,
Are you rounding the 13 to a 6 or a 7 if it's halved?
it's 6.
Okay.
Actually, you know,
What?
would that before Ramirez takes his turn, would I be able to activate telekinetic reprisal?
You got hit, so yes.
Yeah. So
What
yeah, so he
happened?
needs to make a.
Yeah.
He needs to make a strength saving throw, which I think he can probably say 8 plus my.
12.
So it's 8 plus my proficiency, which is 3, 11, and plus the ability modifier.
So he fails. Even with a minimum +1, if he will. I don't think your ability modifier is 1, so he fails.
Negative.
But my strength or ability. Where's ability modifier?
Your spell ability
So
modifier,
with-
right? For
If you have
artificer,
a
that'll be
positive number, he
intelligence.
fails.
If it's strength, then
Yeah.
he'll succeed.
Why
the
would it be
ability
strength?
modifier in play is the one you leveled up, is the one you increased when you picked this half feat.
Correct.
Which I'm
Okay,
assuming
okay.
is
Then
your
it's
intelligence.
yes, then it's +6, so yeah, it'll fail. So let's say
+6.
2d8 damage.
Your
Yeah,
intelligence
but-
modifier is
yeah.
+6?
Intelligence modifier, sorry. +3, so yeah.
That's what I thought.
I read the wrong, I read the saving throws number.
Uh-huh. Well, he fails, so what happens to him, sorry?
Yeah, so he will take 2d8 of damage, and he'll also be pushed 10 feet away.
Force damage, just in case.
Which direction?
10
Or are you
towards
pushing-
that way.
Or are you pushing him toward your ally? Yeah.
It's considered involuntary movement, right? So no ops.
Involuntary, no opportunity attacks, yeah. So, Casimir then.
Jeb's never gonna get to attack because he's so far away.
He has a torch, he can throw it.
No, he can't. He's gonna make the boys just try to. We're gonna do flanking, boys. So 1, 2. That's flanking, and then Jeb 1, 2. Yay! Jeb doesn't flank. So the boys are flanking. Alright, 1. Milos is going to, with advantage, 23.
Hits.
And then Bratislav is going to with a maul with advantage. Sorry. Come on. Maul with advantage. And then Jeb is going to pathetically slam with a +4.
Slam the torch. Because he is holding the torch.
Slam with a torch in his hand, but wouldn't that just be an improvised weapon? It's less than his
It will
fist.
be 1 fire damage on a hit.
He's gonna slam with his fists.
Okay.
Surprisingly, Jeb gets a 22. So rapier is 12, 11 bludgeoning. Those are both silvered. Mundane attack, 9 bludgeoning.
Jeb does not get advantage,
those-
just so you know.
Jeb does not get advantage, no, but
Yes,
it's a 22.
It's a 22 total.
No, 22 to hit. So it's a 23 silvered and 9 bludgeoning regular. That's what the boys do. Casimir is going to attempt to toll the dead the big guy. Actually, no, fuck it. He's gonna set the big guy on fire. Make me a dexterity saving throw or take 11 damage. As Casimir aims at Bubba, he points at his feet and just causes a burst of fire to appear all about him.
5.
He takes 11 fire damage as it appears and disappears.
Alright, you engulf him in flame.
Just for a split second.
Right.
And then we'll engulf Big Boy in Aberrant Spirit, so he needs to make a Wisdom saving throw, and then Aberrant Spirit is going to attack twice with a Psychic Slam. A nat 1 and a 17.
17 hits.
17 hits for 10 total psychic damage.
And 12 wisdom save.
That is a failure, because you need to make a 15.
So,
So he takes an extra that much psychic damage. Extra 7.
Is he out of the range though? And it's just
Nice.
the dragon lady.
Yeah, just the dragon.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's the one I'm playing to.
I assumed Bubba was out of it.
Bubba Lazaga.
Oh, because he said
so-
he, but it was a she, so it got me confused.
Oh, sorry. I forgot it was.
No, you're fine.
DC equals. Yep. So yeah.
When the DM cannot do female voices, so he just makes all females Dragonborn.
No, you're fine.
That is Casimir's turn. I'm trying to make these go as quick as I can. I know I have like 50 people on the board.
Oh no, it's fine. It's not like you have like 9 owls or something. It's fine.
I have
It was
3
8.
I have 3 worthwhile summons in Jeb. Ramirez is up.
Oh, he's
Okay.
okay.
I move nominally further forward.
Ramirez.
Okay then, so with this, I will do, okay. No, there's none of those positions are good, so I'll just do the run around to there, get to the other side of him, and I will take 2 hacks with my longsword. There. There's no hacks. So it's 22
Hits.
to hit for 7 points of slashing damage. And 25 to hit also for 7 points of slashing damage.
Nice and clean. Clean strikes. You're befalling the giant as he becomes bloodied and raged. Right. Anything else on your turn?
Nope.
Enraged, he turns around, glaring at you. For a brief moment, the candles and torchlight flicker as a shadow leaps from the balcony above you guys. With a heavy thud, a 4th revenant lands upon the stone floor and rules to break his fall. You see a flash of silver and then hear the clank of steel against steel as the revenant's blades meet swords clash against one another, brethren against brethren, blocking the blow. So that's gonna be a leap from the balconies, breaking the fall, taking the damage because he's a boss, and roll. All right, roll into action. All right.
Rolls a 0.
You recognize this revenant from the time you met on the Svalsh Woods. The knight's tarnished armor bears the symbol of Argynvsotholt akin to what Brander wears on his shoulder, and his hair matches the silver gleam of his mail that perhaps once bore. The knight's blade glows with a white shimmer that vibrates the steel, and with a powerful wide arc he swings his blade, unleashing a thunderous smite that makes the floor and the walls quake and throws the big guy backwards. The Baba regains his composure but is thrown back as the Revenant shouts, "Enough of this madness! Lay down your arms!" The Revenants rise back onto their feet as one of them replies, the Dragonborn, "You need not. You no longer." Holt seems to be losing breaths between injuries. "You no longer hold command, Gwillem. We have our orders from the field commander. Hornguard demands no outsiders enter Argynvsotholt. Stand aside." With both hands, you see the knight raise his sword as Gwillem holds it sideways in a hold. "Hatred has made you stubborn and blind. You have forgotten our true purpose." But the Revenants only laugh. "You're willing to fall for these outsiders?" The knight assumes a hostile stance and mutters through clenched teeth, "I will stand for hope." The Revenant's eyes flash with fury as the Dragonborn says, "Hope? There is no hope. Our holy vigil is eternal. If you do not stand with us, then I shall grant you a different kind of cycle, one of pain and death, time and time again." The knight turns to the rest of you and looks upon you with a plea in his eyes. Gwillem says, "Stand, fight for the light, or flee back into the dark. Do not die in vain, like countless others before you. We got this." And then the knight turns back to face the Revenants, and you see his sword begin to charge with a holy glow once more as he charges another smite into it. He's gonna go ahead and roll initiative. That will be then top of the round, unless you wish to respond. I really just roll a 5.
Good to have you with us.
Okay.
Randall
Good to
just
have you with us.
Randall just kind of, well, this is one sane one a year.
That's the first Revenant you ever met on the roads that you actually spoke to that was not outwards totally hostile to her, just solemn and sad to see a brethren alone on the roads, but has beckoned you to come here. And there he is, returned.
I would yell, "Another to share in the bloodshed," and I will move a little bit closer, and I will use. I'm actually going to. I'm on a reckless attack with this, and.
Don't mind me, I just rolled for my NPCs.
That was a regular attack.
Yeah. Where the? Oh, it's up there. Okay, sorry. I need to learn how to put those on.
Just
Are you-
put the toggle on.
Are you using the claws or the axe?
No, that was just for the battle axe.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. It's up there. Okay, I see it. So 22 for the first one. So it's 9, it's 10, 11, and then I'm going to use the last attack for the tail for 17.
Hits.
And that does 12.
Good math. Yep.
And then It's 23 total, and
Some zoomorphic beast.
I'm-
You lash and strike with your claws, follow up with the whip-like tail. You follow?
yeah. No, that's. Oh, actually, and then I'll bonus prone him if I can, and then that'll be athletics. 25.
21.
I win.
I win. He's dead. Proned. Alright.
Now kick him when he's
Kick it
down.
like that
That's
Jojo,
it.
that Jojo gif.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I
That's
have.
my turn.
Do I have advantage on here, or I have to move one more up?
That's sure. You're occupying the mount's space.
So Alina is moving around here, and she tries to attack him too. 25. Oh, nice.
You're welcome.
Another natural 20.
I'm gonna remember this, guys. DM's gonna remember that summons also can be used for flanking. You'll see.
Well, that's why I specifically asked. You could have said no. You could have said like
no,
they
it's in the
don't
rules
have
that they
enough-
do. I'm just gonna remember this. Flanking
Yeah,
natural
yeah.
20. So it's gonna be
Yeah.
a. I'm gonna roll it because I don't know what it is for you. A 13.
Yeah, I don't know
11?
why I cannot.
Fine.
Okay, 11 bludgeoning, and as soon as I hit him, I'm not gonna use the bludgeon damage on the first attack. I will use it on the second, if I hit. That's a miss, I'm assuming. Does a 15?
15
hit?
hits.
Okay, and I'm gonna use smite on a second level, so
Just give me a
48.
total number.
Sure. For some reason. Okay. Oh, that's disappointing. 8, 16, 24 total damage.
He's on his.
And-
She's on his. Her last 5 legs.
He's gonna move to this side.
Shift
One
over
move to
the-
the left.
Mhm.
Yeah, for Crusher, and I'm gonna move down. That's it. That's the turn.
You traitor. I'll be back for you. I'll be back for all of you. I serve forever. I serve my commander in life and in death. An eternal vigil. Sleep with one eye open.
Bellatrix falls on her sword and moves no more. Going out on her own terms. Brander.
Alright, I can move into like a teammate space, but I can't like finish in it, correct?
Yeah, you can't finish. Yeah, you can visit, not stay. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. He's going to visit Miko or whatever his bloody name is.
Can I just
Was
say
that-
something? Can I
didn't-
just say something real quick? I'm just learning here. The Aberrant Spirit, does it attack at the end of my turn?
The aberrant spirit attacks at the end of my turn.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead, Brandon.
Casimir said if we stood next to that, we would get hurt, right?
Yeah, he said stay
Yes.
away. I don't know if I can control
The
it.
air itself seems to
Okay.
shimmer weird and bent, and the light seems to get swallowed around this creature. It's not
Yeah,
of this
then
world.
instead-
See, like
He's just
various
gonna-
mouths open and scream, and then
Yeah.
closes more mouths open and scream all around it.
Yeah, he's just going to visit him. He's just going to look down at Bubba and he just says, "This is the last thing I want you to do." And he's going to. It'll be advantage since he's prone, right?
He is prone, yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, just a couple of thunder gauntlets against him.
22 hits.
5. And
Natural
that
20.
20 for just 7.
For a total of.
12.
Just look down at this behemoth. He looks upon you, gasping for breath.
Be back.
As you just lift your two gauntlets, and how do you want to do this?
Yeah, he's just going to completely crush the skull by.
Whatever remnants of this hideous being was, you just crush it to pulp, and it grows still. Leave that stat. All grows still, and the... Oh, wait, no, we still have the aberration. What do you guys do with that?
I stop concentrating on it.
It goes berserk, I assume, right?
No. Only the greater demon goes berserk. That's why.
So what happens to it?
Eyes, so it, as I okay, stand back. I don't know if this will work. As I say the rhyme that I use to summon it backwards. I can't like. And it disappears, and Casimir falls on his hands and he's panting.
Gross.
Is it gone? Is it? Oh, I was worried that with the other creatures I lose control. Are we safe?
Now,
You so for now.
so they would be back.
I think there's a tiny little bit amount of time as they try and find their new bodies.
New bodies.
Mind you, there could be plenty in here for. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Casimir, Ramirez, your friend's body's back there in that room.
No. Casimir, hearing that, is gonna sprint for Savid's body.
What?
Ramirez is going to outsprint you.
Probably. Like,
I am faster than you, and I am not letting you go first.
He's 60 feet around. I'm sure you can catch him, but like one round.
70 feet around.
Not my misguided companions.
You can catch him
here.
in one round, but he's like sprinting when he hears that.
He doesn't. The Reverend doesn't stop you. He just keeps talking to those who stay in the room.
I assume, yeah.
Those misguided souls, cursed to linger in the mists. They won't return till some time.
Specifically, DM checks his notes.
24 hours, normal revenants.
By next dawn they shall rise. Until then, I recommend you burn the dead. Though I'm afraid you will not burn the resolve. Part of me wonders if you were mistaken to come here. You must cling on to hope, but you may have just doomed yourselves. A vow of enmity cast upon by a revenant is an eternal thing, persistent thing. I pray you do not join us.
Brand just speaks up. He's just like, they may come after me time and time again, but that's not going to stop me from trying freeing them.
Right. That's why you were chosen, wasn't it? You, through the mist, called upon. I'm glad to see you here, brother. There's been some...
Coming to raid.
I've almost given up hope. Perhaps there's some remaining. You have resolve to face off your own unflinching. Dead they may be, but they're still the same souls they were in life. But there's no time for mourning, not for us. I can take you to him, our leader, but I'm afraid he will not listen. You wish to consecrate this place, restore it. I've overheard it all from up there.
He looks toward the balcony.
I'm afraid that may not be possible while Horngard still lives. But you can always try.
Even though I know it's probably a fool's errand, but still want to try and talk some sense into him.
Sense? Horngard has abandoned sense. I served him in life during the foundation of our order. But once Strahd's armies have gutted the order's forces and made me into what I am, I was given a choice. I thought I knew reason above that of Horngard. I chose to save my daughter. But I betrayed you. I'm sorry. I betrayed you and the Order in supplying Strahd's forces with information needed to wipe out Argynvsotholt's army. I may be the sole reason why this was brought upon us. Perhaps things would have been different if I saw a different reason.
Seems to have some solemn regret to his words.
As long as you're looking to atone for what happened and help us defeat Strahd, then you can be forgiven.
I'm afraid that my will is still partially tied to this place. I seem to have been spared the madness that plagues my brethren. Some cruel gift by the Lord of the Land as an award for my betrayal. But while Horngard stands his eternal vigil, we will be hunted relentlessly, endlessly. I beseech you, speak to him. I will escort as far as to his chambers. But by vow, I cannot lift my sword against him. By vow and by love.
Now that you speak about vows, what's the vow of your order? What are their tenets?
As in life, we have sworn to serve Argynvsotholt, the Lord of Silver, as part of his escort and army. In death, we are sworn to avenge his death. It seems that over the years that vow has twisted into a malign miasma. And now we are wardens of a misty, dark prison, keeping Strahd and his guild imprisoned within forever. And should Horngard have his way, this will be as it is, uninterrupted for ages.
You ever stepped forth in front of Horngard and spoke to him?
He shifts his gaze. I cannot, it's not in me after all I've already done to the Order. To lead a mutiny, to fail a mutiny, and be faced with eternal torment and punishment by the Order. I have remained here, perhaps a coward once more, awaiting hope to come. The return of others. I expected so many more, but even one will do, if hold on to enough faith. He never stood up against Horngard himself. Seems to be stopped both by Paladin's vow and a genuine sense of love. I cannot
Brand, I was just,
bear to strike him down.
I was
on
just
Brand.
going to... Yeah, he just says... I'm not asking you to strike him down, but... maybe seeing and speaking with him will be the first part of your atonement.
Roll persuasion.
Okay, I'm very bad at persuasion. Oh,
It's
we'll
it's
see.
this it's the suit. It
Are the two elves carrying the body back to this chamber?
I have
Yes.
advantage on that.
I assume however long that took, yeah.
Sure.
Oh god, that was bad.
So 0?
Yeah, 0.
If there's something to be said about revenants, is that once they form their mind, they seem to be pretty stoic throughout the ages about it.
Yeah. Damn it.
There is just a paladin's vow is a powerful thing. Just players may think a paladin's vow is a powerful thing. He simply cannot disobey his own commander, but he's not your commander. That is sort of what's keeping him here.
Yeah. Told you I was bad at persuasion.
I fear that should our blades lock, my hand will falter. I cannot bear the thought of striking him down myself. I cannot be the one. It would kill me time again, and nothing will remain. I'll be a walking husk.
No, I wasn't asking you to fight him. That's not what I was asking.
I want to see him freed. Argynvsotholt, Hongard, and my brethren.
He offers to, for the sake of expediency, he can offer to escort you throughout these facilities and answer questions as you may have them. But he cannot drive the plot forward because he's sworn by vow.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense if we follow the escort.
Yeah. We'll
What
have
are
him
you
lead.
doing? Turn to Commander. What should we do with these bodies here? Your order.
Well, we've got some time. It's as he said.
Yeah, till next dawn.
They won't. Until next dawn. Leave them be now, and we'll burn them later.
The paladin places the bodies row by row in front of the altar and prays, kneeling for a moment before standing back up.
I've sensed the spirit of the place stir, called upon by you. I advise you follow it. But we all shape our own path.
We had all of eternity to suffer, and we will have eternity more. What is a little bit more of waiting? I will not bore you with my scars and tale, lest you wish to know it. I will share what knowledge I have, if you have the right questions.
For curiosity, did your daughter was spared by Strahd's
He
forces?
looks down, heartbroken. No. I truly don't know the fate of my daughter, but I fear she fell in battle. It is only justice for my betrayal. Her body was never found. I hold on to some hope that she escaped Barovia before Strahd's curse sealed it away in the realm of dread.
What's
Kind
your
of weak
daughter's
for
name?
effort.
He spent a lot of time seeking her out and he didn't find her, so he doesn't really know what her fate is, yeah.
Was that Brander?
Just trying to say, mind if we call it for tonight?
Do you
I cannot.
mind if we call it a
We're
session?
going. We're going to be four like half. If people don't mind, it's coming. It's 3:15 here.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. You're just cutting off,
Yeah.
so we're like, what? Yeah, no.
Sorry, I'm trying.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just surmise here. If you have any questions that you want to ask in our P chat, feel free. I'll kind of answer them in view of everybody. This place is a good sanctuary for a short rest if you need it. warlocks among you, kind of thing, and all that. Quillim
Or
is
knights.
more than willing to start stand guard sort of thing. Then this church.
Okay.
I would like one,
Yes.
but not need one.
But good session, guys.
Take one.
Good pace.
Yeah.
This place is huge.
Yeah, it
I
was good.
apologize if it's like,
Oh, that's fine.
I personally like
Huge places.
dungeon crawls, but whatever.
Yeah, I assumed it was big.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping there's not too many more big fights because I looked at how many spells I cast there. And I should
There's
probably
only
slow it
3
down.
revenants in this entire place. Don't worry. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm worried about Horn Guard.
Horn guard.
Yeah.
Horker.
Oh, I'm gonna head off,
Yeah.
so have a good night.
Yeah. Take care, man.
Yeah, I gotta head off
need-
too. It's late.
Yeah, I need to be up in
Yeah.
like 4 hours, so I need to go.
Yikes.
Eek. Go to bed.
Yeesh.
I'm
Go
off
to bed
tomorrow.
Catch you
now.
later.
I'm gonna have a beer.
I think. Did anyone got hurt on this encounter?
Technically speaking, yes.
Oh, hurt.
I think a
I heard.
couple of-
Did anybody get hard on this encounter? I'm like, why
hard.
did I? Yeah.
The star
I
spawns miraculously survived longer than I expected it to.
Darkspawns, yeah. Here's that's they don't get a whole lot of health.
I have 40 health for any of them at this level.
I mean, I almost killed it with 1 strike, so
You did. That's what I'm saying.
I just
was
didn't focus
surprised
it
you
because
didn't,
I was
focus fire
like,
it.
I made a mistake of focusing Aya, and I'm like, I don't know where you're getting 21 AC from, but it's super annoying. I always hated like characters with high AC. It's always so like nothing against you,
Light
man, but
shield
it's always
plus
like, I'm gonna play D&D, and you're like, well, I'm not. does a 15 hit? No, fuck you. It's like every
To
time.
be fair, this is like the first boss fight, something like that my C comes around. Like,
This wasn't a
the
boss
last-
fight. This was 3 revenants.
oh my! But I mean,
Yeah.
the house was plus 12.
Right.
It hit all the time,
Hmm.
and also in Jester Hill, I was like a punching bag. I was like bruised totally.
The
Yeah.
the house though, like fights with less than like 2 or less enemies are terrifying. I want to fight like 12 revenants because that means relatively those revenants hit less hard. If you see like 3 of them, you're like, oh no. If it's party members amount of people, more or less, it tends to be a more reasonable fight than like there's 3 of them. Oh no.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
The other one you always get concerned with is anything that you hit, anything that there are a lot of and you hit really, really easily. Because that
Yeah.
usually means it hits really hard too.
Or one
Sometimes.
big thing that's easy to hit.
Yes.
Like, oh, a 13 hits. Oh no.
Yes. That usually means
well,
oh, great,
the only
now
reason
we're
why they
gonna
have 13 is
slog.
because these guys rise from different bodies. They don't pick their armor. They fetch it from around.
really?
It's always like tattered chainmail or some shit. Meanwhile, the revenants who have survived for years have like really good armor. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're the
Well,
first floor. Of course, it's
the-
like introductory. He's not gonna put his best guards like front. Can I just
Yeah.
say how much I freaking love this picture? I'm gonna post it on the. This is the picture one of the pictures I had from last campaign. I freaking love it. It's so good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Those guys look like they're in bad shape.
Yeah,
They could be healthier indeed.
I just love it. I just love the hand of the shoulder. It's so good. But yeah, anyways,
Bratislav and Milos in life.
yes.
Do we have any plans for the egg, by the way? I mean, anyone has a plan for
It's
it?
up to
I assume
Brandar.
we were letting it get struck by lightning on top of the something.
Okay.
It's up to Brandar, really. It's.
Oh, I thought we were waiting until we ran out of rations.
Breakfast is served, guys. No, because I was like, we should use it here. Like,
Is Jeb gonna
Oh.
survive Argynvsotholt? Yes or no?
I mean, he did it this long. Why wouldn't he?
I mean, he's getting
Fine,
mulched up.
survive.
I
Like
mean,
a
he's not gonna
creature.
waste another level 3 on him.
Yeah.
It was expensive to res him, but he's essentially like I'm using Jeb as a quote-unquote sentient 10-foot pole.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mage hand for you.
I mean, I used this fight to gauge how difficult Argynvsotholt is gonna be for you guys. If you really want me to make it, like, terrifying, I will.
I mean, I'm already terrified. The fact that they can one res every day. We've already pissed 3 of them off. They weren't pushovers. It wasn't hard, but if like these 3 are just like dudes,
My only issue
I
with this
shudder
place
to think what.
is how blind they are with rage. How there's, like, almost zero chance for
Consume.
diplomacy.
Well, if we have someone at least on our behalf who's willing to speak on our behalf, so it's not immediate attack. It's like, stay your hand. They're gonna meet with the whatever. If it's like a
Yeah.
I think we can use the egg for that. Like, I don't know, for something on
No.
persuasion.
Okay, so
Yep.
so I'm going to explain something. Even though I'm not a party member, I feel like it's only fair to explain this. Any dialogue option that's like, we're here to make Barovia better, or we're here to make Barovia worse.
Yeah,
Anything
they-
that goes
they
against
don't-
status quo,
They don't want anything to change.
they don't want anything to change. Exactly. They don't want. They're like centrists. They want the status quo to be maintained, the perfect balance. The fact that you guys were like, we killed Baba Lysaga, we consecrated the Fanes. I'm like, okay, well, that's combat. They're gonna either chase you out of Argynvsotholt or kill you here, just for you guys saying that, because you're clearly part of the problem they're here to solve. That's
Oh,
Horn,
this is,
that's
I wish Jeb
Hornguard's.
was alive then. This would have been a great place for Jeb.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm talking about. There's no diplomacy with somebody who is like so driven by their own dogma. That's so twisted at this point, because Argynvsotholt is here to show you that even the paladins of light, the fighters of Soul Dragon, can be corrupted to the point of like they're not evil, they're just overzealous.
Mhm.
And that's my problem with this place. It's like I don't like railroading, but that's literally what they'll do. They'll literally not listen. In fact, like I have a mind of being like, you just get attacked. But then I was like, nah, that's boring.
Well, I mean, like, if that's like the tone, though, that could just be like, we gotta get through all of the rabble to get to the manager. We just have
Right.
to carry our way through arguments.
Yeah, but I don't like that tone. It robs you of choice, and it's just like, oh well, I guess fight. You know, like it's. I never liked that as a
I mean,
as a player. So
You also did explain that, like, how Jeb was trying to RP his way through a brick wall with Kavan, though. Like, sometimes art, like, it's not.
yeah,
a
it's
right?
like Kavan all over again. Yeah, exactly.
No, what I'm saying is, like, I have nothing against how that turned out, though. Jeb was still doing what he did, but like sometimes, like, violence is the only option for it, right? Like, Barovia being what it is, these people being corrupted, whatever. Like, we may just learn after like 1 or 2 or however many fights
I
that
feel like diplomacy
to-
is like Velaki thing.
yeah, diplomacy works where
Yeah.
it works. Otherwise,
exactly.
like, it's Barovia. Some people may be broken, right? Like, it was. I'm surprised the abbot was willing to talk to us once we showed up the
Because
light.
I
punched his
changed
face
him
a little
again in the fucking module. He doesn't listen to anything. He's just
Yeah,
like,
that's
my
what I'm
plan
saying.
is perfection, and anything you say, you just don't understand. And can I borrow your face?
Yeah, exactly. So like one that's Casimir. I wish Casimir was alive when we met the abbot, because that would have been a very different way of things.
You know,
But,
let's come
like,
back.
Whatever, like things go the way they go.
The Abbot's
and
not
if-
gone.
again,
He's
if-
just, he's just not gonna divulge where he went, but he's not gone. So maybe you'll
you
get an
know what
opportunity.
I mean. Like, he's a minor factor because he's focused on his own thing and he wants to be alone. Versus, like,
Right.
I'm sure, like, what Novark is doing. He's around, but he's not telling us what he's doing. Unlike Nadia, who's around and doing what she's doing.
Yeah, it's weird territory. I don't know what to do with this two. I'll figure it out, I guess.
No, but I mean, like, they exist, but they're the peripheries. They're
Sure.
doing their own thing.
I
but we're
really
probably
don't
not-
like focusing on anybody who's not a current PC, because
Yeah,
then
exactly.
it's- who am I playing with?
I'm
at
not-
that
I'm
point? Am I playing with myself? Am I
expecting
playing
you
with
to.
your characters? Like it's weird.
Yeah, I'm not expecting it, but I'm saying, like, I'm
Mhm.
saying because, like, you can decide if they do anything. They're still doing a thing, and enough time has passed that you can hand wave away. Oh, they did this thing. If you want a thing to happen, otherwise, whatever,
Mhm.
right? Like, the world's alive, but the spotlight's on us.
Right.
Nadia become a winemaker. That's what she's doing.
She's drinking Jeb's blood. Like, you know what? This is pretty good. I'm gonna focus on this.
Yeah, I have to throw that bottle.
Hey, give it to Ramirez.
Ramirez? He eats. Oh yeah, he eats everything, right? I mean, blood for some reason.
For some reason.
Yeah. I just
Some
saw what my new bond or flaw. So it's nice to know how I'm gonna die.
Yeah, no, seriously though. It's literally if there's anybody like second worst to piss off than Strahd, it's like Revenants.
Yeah, that's why. Like, I'm not gonna sleep ever again.
They'll keep
gonna-
at you until you somehow make them go away. Like that's
Yeah.
Is
they're
Casimir
terrifying.
attuned to the eye, or did he fail attuning to the eye by not ripping?
Well, I
his
mean,
eye-
like
his eye out?
Ramirez didn't let him, so no, there wasn't any attunement.
That's what I was asking. Like, I didn't know if I had to like rip out my own eye to attune to it.
Yeah.
So I just have.
The thing is, I
material
can't
component.
reveal the full curse to it of it to you until you attune to it. I think.
Yeah.
I'm role playing the
tonight-
transition too.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Like tonight, Ramirez, you're gonna see him try it again.
You, like I said, you can always take your eye out without having the other one, and you need an eye, so you can pick that.
I mean, it's also an eye. I don't really need peripheral
Hold
vision.
on.
I'm not like a fighter.
Hold on.
It says he has
Something
secrets,
is
guys.
missing
Come on,
from
he
the
has secrets.
homepage. Something is missing from the homepage. Give me a moment. Where is it at?
I
There
want
it is.
secrets.
Oh,
Yeah, and
Mhm.
Martin, thank you for reminding me about the aura. Like I totally messed up on that wisdom saving throw.
Gotta perfect fit it.
It shouldn't be like 15. It should have been like 20, 22.
yeah.
Perfect.
You need to rip Jeb's face off and put it on Casimir's face so he doesn't look like Rahad.
You look like you're a cleric of Vecna. That's what it looks like.
I mean, Casimir is just a warlock with extra steps at this point.
Everybody's a warlock
He's
for the
willing
steps.
to,
So
like,
welcome to Curse of Strahd.
Gotta listen to whatever he's gonna give him power.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna say this, guys, because your characters are not dumb. Read the journal during RP. It will save you a lot of like searching for
Wondering.
bodies.
I want to read the journal.
You're like, I'm gonna flip to the last
Yes.
page. I'm like, okay. Guess I'm skipping this page and this page.
It's on the items. Like I didn't tell you.
I just told you guys to add it. I have the rest of it on the handout. I just don't want to reveal the entire handout because it's better to explore things together.
No, like, I would read it.
Yeah.
At that point, it was he was seeing if
Basically, you were hoping that there was some mention in the last thing of like, we just escaped this room.
yeah.
Or
We're-
here's the last
we're
spot of
safe.
blood.
We're safe.
By the way,
And-
the
and
the
then
only
we
reason why you
just
found
got
Sav's body is because I rolled shitty for multiple days for Revenants to spawn into his body.
Well, we cool. Well, revenants take their form that. I mean, their true form, like when they were alive, right? When they possess a new body, or they look like the big.
No, they look like the body. The soul stays the same.
Okay, I
Yes.
thought they changed.
baby's hungry, I gotta go. I will see you guys next week. I will read the journal before that. Thanks.
Coolio.
Okay. If that's the case, I don't want to burn the bodies. I need to recognize that white dragon. We are leaving it like it is.
It's
we are
not a
just
guarantee it's going to...
stripping
It's seldom a
a
guarantee.
possibility.
I can rule right now and out of character tell you where he's going to spawn, because it doesn't matter. He's going to track you down, so it's not like you're going to like see his resurrection.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah.
Revenant's track.
Yeah.
Although, yeah.
So like, hold on.
Yeah.
Intro to chapter? No. Order of the Silver
I
Dragon?
like that. I like that creature. Like I find that it's one of the most fun for me at least.
I liked Hydra. Hydra was so fun for me to roleplay as. It was such a like well balanced.
Hydra. Yeah, Hydra was fun.
2020.
I don't know if I like or don't like the fact that I burnt Hilrune in the Hydra fight and then never got hit.
A grave,
Ah,
So
yeah.
it's
a grave in Valaki has just been disturbed.
Okay, we'll see you, Dragon.
That's the woman, and then so that's hold on, Roxalia.
Yeah.
Just got a note for myself. Roxalia, and then we have who died next? It was Baba died last.
But
1d20.
curious, do the 3 of them hate me or only the Dragonborn? The dragon one.
We're gonna find out.
Well, I can see Rexalia hating me.
I'm not telling you where the Dragonborn spawns. I changed my mind. I didn't see that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I like it.
Oh,
I'll
that's so
prepare
good.
Well,
That's so good. I'm gonna hype it up and not tell you. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm actually excited now. This was accidental. This was such a good roll.
okay, cool. I like it.
Oh, I'm not telling you.
I
It's such a
haven't-
good thing. Oh,
I haven't told you about my backup, but I want to use like Elena if possible, like using
As a character?
using her like if I die.
How is she gonna come back to life? She's been dead for like years. The power to resurrect her now is in the Amber Temple. It's what Casimir's story's all about.
Okay. If she makes it to Casimir, to
It's
Amber
very
Temple,
unlikely
something
that
like
it's gonna be endgame at that point, and you're gonna be able to play her like maybe for a session or two. I'm just guessing, you know, like
Yeah.
after Ember Temple is endgame. It's like you've either you gain enough power to where like why won't you go to Ravenloft, or like Strahd is not okay with this. You have like crossed the line, kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So ultimately the plan is go to the Amber Temple, get everything we want out of it, shatter the temple, and then do something else.
Booba.
Booba. Oh, look at that. Bubba and Rexalia spawned hand in hand, one grave beside another. Just there's panic in Valakias, 2 undead rose from the
I was
graves.
gonna say that, like,
Yeah.
Watcher is busy at the moment.
She'll still be concerned with dead people rising, yeah. Just turns to Strahd, this was not part of a bargain. I changed the bargain. Pray I don't change it further. Oh, but Bellatrix come back. I love it when rolls are perfect. Like we have formed a nemesis, you know, and then I make a rule, and it's like he's gonna come back, and I just gonna come back as like that 18. Oh god, it's so good. I'm gonna do that next session then. No, I don't actually know. It has to happen next dawn. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just have to wait on it. Pain. Fine, that's fine.
Okay, I'm starting to think about my next level. I need something on the Warlock that is gonna save me from that shit.
But as a backup character, Alina, I mean, it doesn't make sense to give you the power to resurrect somebody just cause, because then it doesn't make death that scary.
Yeah, meaningful.
Yeah, like that's the whole point. If the elves, first of all, if you could resurrect Alina, that would solve the Dusk Elf conundrum forever.
I don't want her like to be like a person. It's just like I forgot. Ravenloft has 3 classes: Hexblood, Damphir.
Races, you mean? The what Samson was?
Yes.
The Reborn?
I don't recall. Yeah, something like that.
But Reborn are flesh and blood.
Yeah.
And
they're not undead either.
They
apparently.
They're not undead.
Yeah, which is
no, they're touched by death, but they're not undead.
Okay. There's a lot of stuff where I think that was still when Wizards was being really careful about not letting things be non-humanoid.
I mean, it's not about even human. Fae is fine and all that, but it's more like undead just don't benefit from healing, and it just cascades from there.
Yeah. What's the one? I'm sorry. Let me check. I'm trying to remember because there's a race that you might want to think about for your Alina thing. Kalashtar is not it. Kalashtar is the dual mind thing, but that's too.
I don't allow any add-on races.
Creature. Yeah.
They're just too not in canon for me to allow in Curse of Strahd. I played with I had fun with a Warforged and a Curse of Strahd, and we finished the campaign. It was fun and all that, but it's pretty dissociative to have a robot walking around supposed to be scared of all the things that mortals are supposed to be scared of. It's such a disconnect that I was just like, I've done it once, never again. I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me why you have 21 AC?
Yeah, sure. Shield, the plate armor, plate
Okay, so
armor,
18
and
AC, shield,
ring of protection.
ring or
That's
cloak?
Cloak.
Cloak.
Cloak of protection. Okay, I don't
That's
remember giving you a
the
ring of
one.
protection. Okay, that makes
Yeah,
sense. You have magical items. That's fine. You have such a high. I never can hit you unless it's like a boss. And I'm like, why am I focusing Aya? Because you're the most prominent big target in the room. So I was like, okay, go for the Cavalier. What I should
Yes.
do is prone you and shit. Like I should give you conditions and whatnot. Whatever. I'm learning.
Yep. Yep. I did not do super great this time around at drawing attention. Because I never had a good chance to go big.
Also,
without
low-key, when I
getting
was making
myself-
this room challenging, I kind of shaped those three to be like a challenge to the old party, and then like 4 people died or some shit. And I was like, okay, we'll just play it this way. It's fine.
Yeah.
And you guys like beated yourself perfectly, so like the charger could like not effectively charge through anybody. And I was like, you'll just sweep and hit friendlies. That's fine. But these guys, I don't mind hitting friendlies because they're revenants. They don't care about death. They'll come back. They know it. Like they fight suicidal kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah, there's some fun there.
Just like today, they didn't roll that well.
No, not at all.
That also helped. And we got like
You guys like
six
got natural
natural
20s. Yeah, you guys got critical hits left and right. And I was like, it's insane.
Yeah.
It's like
Also-
Revenants regenerate health back. I'm like, it doesn't fucking matter if they roll natural 20s all the time.
Yeah.
Do I
I have to count my smite for Revenants. They suffer from fire and radiant. I think. I'm not sure.
I mean, out of character, maybe.
Out of
Maybe I
character.
changed the monster block. Maybe
That's
it's a
true.
metal game. No.
I mean, I was smiting because I want her to go down really fast.
Yeah,
that's why.
I would say that when you were using radiant damage, no, they did not heal back those wounds. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I do have a handout for a journal. Cool.
Yeah, that's why we didn't got one. No, that's why I was asking.
Yeah, yeah, okay. I'll just share it after RP chat. I'll just be like, once you guys kind of read it, I'll be like, and there's the journal entry if you need to review it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have it.
Boba. I like that name.
Bubba, yeah.
Well, if I'm not the leader, I'm gonna be one of the kobolds, okay? I'm gonna be a mighty warrior. Time.
Right? I welcome that. A kobold or one from mongrel folk? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. The kobolds.
Kobolds are interesting.
You promised
It's gonna
them.
be
You
the-
promised them
the
goats, and then
new-
you just abandoned them. And I was like, okay, that's fine. That's fair. Food. They'll get it by themselves now that Bobby's gone. That's fine. They're happy either way.
Yeah, I mean, we dealt with that problem, and then a bunch of other things happened. They can deal with the fact that there's no more witch there. It's fine. It's safe now.
By the way,
Yeah, they should be worried about the crocodiles, not
by the way,
not
I'm,
anything else.
not to railroad you guys, but I'm gonna say this: I keep getting complaints from some players about like, well, how come we don't get like as many magic items, like finds that we have a lot of options? And I kept saying like because all the magic items are in high risk areas. Because in Barovia, magic items are most likely just left there by somebody before you who died. On the same sentence, then it's like
We are in a high risk area.
well,
and
yes.
high-risk
But
areas
also, you're
are-
avoiding other high risk areas, and I'm just like, because you're avoiding
Like-
where you saw the movement that I mentioned overnight, or whatever. I don't know. Maybe it was just like the flow of the session. You just wanted to go to church first, and maybe go there later. But it's up to you. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if you keep avoiding that shit, I'm not gonna recycle the magic items. I'm just gonna leave them there. Like that's where they stay.
It's alright. I magic items. I mean, I have too many already. I don't know what to do. Yeah.
And to some extent, this is one thing that I have not been able to really change. I don't necessarily want to change about myself when I'm making characters.
Hmm.
I don't ever go with the intention of, yes, I will have magic items to do this. I don't like that kind of this character doesn't make sense as a character without additional magic items that we don't have already, because
Yeah.
that doesn't really fit to me.
No, it's just that like everybody has played a fighter, but nobody has played like a fighter with a certain randomized set of magic items to make shenanigans. That's what I'm
That
saying.
wing that flies. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's key. I'm just saying that like on one hand, I'm getting complaints of like, well, how come we don't get options for magic items a lot? And on the other hand, I'm like, this session was really fun and all that, but I'm watching your path thing, and I'm like, you guys literally go like the safest routes always. You go like there's nobody there in that room, and like you keep going down the path to the point where I'm starting to think like maybe with
Right.
future maps I should just like put enemies equally everywhere. But then it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for me to do that because things have like thematics. There's a reason why everybody's there. There's a reason why you found the body where you found it. And if you follow the trail of blood, you'll realize why. And if you read a journal, you realize why. And if you try to open you went back into the secret room, right? Meanwhile, like the door of the storage room did not have a handle on the inside, sort of thing. So there's a
The
story
only
there.
thing is like we don't check rooms. Like
Yeah,
we don't check rooms.
yeah,
Like,
you
I
investigate.
feel like
You roll 25 and 23 investigation. That's fine. I'm just not giving you anything that you're not focusing on. You know?
Yeah.
Like Brandler
and
focusing on the sarcophagus, and I was like, yes, historical figure, yes.
pretty.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, that's always fun. Yes.
But I'm with Martin on that. Like, I have my character without magic on plan. If I get it, cool. Like, I got a bunch of fun with Blossom. Blossom was extremely fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you gave up the item for plot reason, so that's always good. If you ever want to retire Aya for whatever reason, you can.
Yeah. No, I like her. I just like today the guys hit 45. I think it was the dragon.
Hmm?
So she didn't hit me, but if she hit me twice, I was down immediately.
Right.
I mean, that's the case for everyone, but
Except Savik. And you?
Savik could potentially survive that, and I can potentially survive that if Hilrune is up. If Hilrune is not up, I can't survive that.
I know, but I imagine that you see like, oh, this guy looks scary. Room.
Yep.
Get down. Yeah. So, but that's why, and like we are frontliners, so we usually have the hit in our face already. So that's why
Yeah.
I need to have like the backup. I don't wish to kill her or retire her. I want to see how she goes.
Yeah. But you don't want to get stuck in a situation of, oh, I need a character. I have a week to decide.
That's why I was thinking Elena, because she was like familiar to the party.
Can't relate. I can roll a character in like half an hour. I have literally that many ideas in my head.
Same. My issue is I had most of my ideas are for more common Dungeons Dragons things, not necessarily Curse of Strahd. So I'm based something where you would see in.
Well, I like where Ivan was
setting.
leaning, where he was like, "I'm gonna play as an NPC we already met. I'm gonna play as one of the kobolds. I'm gonna play as a beast folk, whatever. You know, I'm gonna play as Rahadin's brother and all that. You know, like it's all that shit. It's like I like when people like compliment the campaign. That's always fun.
If I'm a kobold, I'm gonna make so many silly mistakes. I just hope he doesn't die in the first session.
So important question: if you're going to go Cobalt, which Cobalt? Volo's Guide or
There's only Vols,
Mordenkainen's-
guys. I don't allow Mordecai's bullshit because I don't believe in it. That's it. It's really that simple. I don't.
You don't. Okay.
I don't
Listen.
know
Don't
what's
take away
the other
pack
one.
tactics and dark vision and sunlight sensitivity from a kobold. Why would you do that?
Yes, that was what I was going to get to. Is
Oh,
they are so much more interesting and fun when you're not when you have the original version.
If I didn't
I
ask
think
for a
if I
change.
go Kobold, I will go Ranger. Maybe Drake Warden, because why not?
No,
Sure.
that's interesting.
Swamp lizard. All right. Well, this was
Yeah.
fun. I'm gonna go. It's getting
Yep.
late.
I should as well.
Well, I'll see you guys next week then.